This program is made possible with funding by Sealaska Heritage Institute.
Part of the time I worked down in the San Francisco Bay Area, then part of the time I actually live with the gal, the team up there.
Yeah, they'll be here until like the lady something in July.
Yeah.
It's good for them to have those friendships. She's very excited about it. Brandon's coming to work by themselves, so they're doing it. No, we're
evening we're doing a 7-day small boat cruise. Never been to see yeah, the port is nice. So lucky. We flew small weather here is much nicer than it was in Seattle.
There are a lot of empty chairs up here. And if you're on the agenda and you have a chair up here, will you please come forward and get your seat? We'd like to kind of start getting organized. If you'd start gravitating toward a chair, please, or someplace to sit, we'd really appreciate it. And Nancy. First time she ever wore it.
I'm going to go to nature.
there. I see it now. How you doing? Good? Exciting? Are you tired? Yeah. How's the girls? Good idea. Yeah, I saw that in the paper. Like a celebrity? Oh, she's here.
That poor guy.
Stand right here.
Oh, wait, one. Two were the only one. How many did they win?
Well, they would have won the second one if the patron had cheated.
Is that a polarizer or neutral density of it?
Oh, it's not.
It's a neutral density.
Yeah, I know we're in the shade. You know what I'm trying to figure out is my,
Not focusing.
it focuses really good on one person. You know, like if you have two people standing together, and if I have my focus points, like, well, how did you manage to get the name? Nice change. I need you. And it's crisp. Get excited. Hurry up. Oh, did you find Nathan?
Jump in.
Yeah,
Especially if the really windy. I need to tag out.
yeah.
Definitely get one.
90 seconds.
Okay, everybody. It looks like all the important people are here, so we're going to get ready to start here. And there's a lot of empty chairs, and the people need a place to sit down if you can find some place. And we don't have many. Hopefully you brought your own. So, just to warm everybody up, would you please welcome from Angon, Alaska, the Children of Angon dance group. Angon.
Anyat Kusani, Akwan, Gunachish for letting us sing and dance on your land. Ikugiyuagut, Danak. Because of you, this comes out. Our hats, our tunics, our blankets, our songs, our history. Gunachish, Sealaska, Sealaska Heritage Institute, for inviting us to dance at this event. We are humbled, we are honored to dance for you. We hope you enjoy. Gunachish, Gunachish.
There has not been a payoff song for the dog salmon, so we cannot finish that one.
One more hand, please, for the dancers from Angon, the children of Angon. Thank you very much. I don't know if you noticed it, but they were just dressing this guy right here. I don't know can't dress himself anymore since he got elected to the Lieutenant Governor's office. What do you think? Those are Eagle girls that are dressing him. Tony, I hope you're paying attention to how this is done. Tony Malata, pay attention. He wants you to do this every morning for him. Let me ask Sasha Soboleff to join us on the stage for an opening prayer. Sasha?
And a good morning it is, as we see the eagles and the ravens flying above us from the land of our fathers' people, to the Auk tribe people. What a glorious sound to hear the drums come alive inside of us. But let us not forget what Walter Soboleff stood for. He stood for finding out where your God was and beginning to serve him. It didn't make any difference whether you were young and old, Democrat or Republican, or Eagle or Raven. He was your pastor. And to this we owe much of his legacy, and we are honored to be here today. So in his honor, would you stand and join me in prayer? O gracious and heavenly Father, on this glorious day when we have been allowed to walk this earth, to sing your song, to dedicate our lives to making your kingdom come true, it is with the deepest respect and the deepest breath of our being that we ask your blessing for all those who traveled far and near to come and witness the glory of your Lord. We ask, O Heavenly Father, that those who have toiled long before we came, that they be uplifted with this spirit. And may we come away from this day recognizing the importance of serving your Lord. For out of all of our misery, he gave us his only begotten Son for the death so that we could live for eternity. And we would ask, O Lord, that this blessing on the ceremony and this building and all those who come and work and be part of it, that they would be enlightened to live again, to bring glory to you and to what you have put us here for. Yet that drumbeat resonates in our heart. And we would ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Alaska Native Veteran Color Guard. ready? Hook. Forward. Hook. How about a special recognition for the veterans that are all in the audience and these veterans here today? It's time to ask two people who have played an important role in the building of this facility to come forward and to make some comments to you. Would you please welcome to the stage from Sealaska Heritage Institute, Marlene Johnson, the Chair of the Board of Trustees. She would be followed by Rosita Worrell, the President of Sealaska Heritage Foundation. Marlene, if you can make it up that step, you're welcome to come to the stage.
Thank you, Walt. Somehow he thinks I'm old. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I would like to thank you all for coming to help celebrate the grand opening of the Walter Soboleff Building. The Walter Soboleff Building would not have been possible without the generous support of many of you who are here today. First, I must acknowledge Sealaska, which not only purchased the land for us and contributed the funds and support throughout the project, but who had unwavering confidence that we could make this spectacular building, named after one of our greatest heroes, a reality. I must also thank the citizens of Juneau, the state of Alaska, and the city of Juneau for their generous support. Thank you. We did a survey of Juneau citizens and found wide support for both the work of the Sealaska Heritage Institute and for the construction of this building. Thank you, Governor Walker and Lieutenant Governor Byron Malott, who initially served as a chair of the Capital Campaign Committee, but who had to abandon that as he sought public office. He had his own priorities. We also had wide support from the significant number of individuals and tribal members, which was important in demonstrating broad support for our citizens and influencing the decision of private foundations to make contributions to the building. To all of you, I may offer a profound thanks. All of our donors are permanently recognized in the main lobby of the building. In addition to those already mentioned, we'd also like to recognize Art Place America, MJ Murdoch Charitable Trust, Barney and Rachel Godstein, Margaret Cargill Foundation, the Paul G. Allen Foundation, Farm Credit, Linden Transport, National Cooperative Bank, North Rim Bank, Key Bank Foundation, Juneau Community Foundation, Cruise Industry Charitable Foundation, Wells Fargo, and every other business and individual that helped us realize this dream. And if I forgot someone, I apologize, it was not intentional. We also had a number of different organizations who provided important help in moving our collection from Sealaska to our new home and in developing our inaugural exhibit. May I offer special thanks to Mary Miller of the Sitka National Historic Park for allowing your curator to assist us to the Alaska State Museum for the curators and staff who helped us in multiple areas in which we did not have the specialized experience and staff. I hope everyone noticed the eagles that were circling over. I want to tell you, I think that was Clarence Jackson's spirit. And then a raven came to tell him to go move on. And to the Anchorage Museum, we want to say thank you for allowing us its conservator to assist us. We trust that this is the beginning of a continuing working relationship and hopefully for paving the way for our students to enter these specialized fields. I must also thank John Loring, who volunteered hours upon hours to help us, as well as our traditional scholars. I want to thank them for their work and their knowledge. Thank you very much. You don't need this one. I'll get mine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kaajaakwtí, noble people of Alaska, thank you for being here today. Thank you to those who have joined us through the statewide TV and nationwide and international webcast to share in this memorable moment. Thank you for being here as we celebrate the completion of the Walter Soboleff Building. Thank you for being here as we join in honoring the memory of a great man, Dr. Walter Soboleff. Thank you as we stand here together, standing strong as Alaskans and celebrating the rich culture and diversity of Alaska. This building, which was designed around our traditional and architectural and artistic designs and clan house, was purposely intended to reflect our ancient heritage. And yet, at the same time, our movement into the future and the modern world. Yes, we have much to be grateful for. Our culture survived the waves of change brought in the 19th and 20th centuries. And today we stand strong as we look forward to a bright future for Alaska's first people and as we bring our culture into the 21st century. This building is also testament of what can be achieved through the collaborative efforts of the public and private sectors, the private, profit, and nonprofit sectors, and together with individuals and tribal citizens united in a common purpose. Our chair, Marlene Johnson, has just reiterated some of those who helped make this dream of the Walter Soboleff Building a reality, either through direct contributions or service. Our hope is that we can continue this united approach, for it leads to grand work as illustrated by this magnificent building. This building is much more than a physical facility. It symbolizes the effort of Native people to ensure our cultural survival, but at the same time to selectively embrace the benefits of our modern society. This building and the programs it houses are testimony to our goals, not only to serve our Native constituents and students, but to promote cross-cultural understanding among Alaska's population and visitors to our state. Our studies have shown that integration of Native practices and values into our educational system has promoted academic achievement and healthy citizens prepared to meet the demands of our traditional and modern world. The vitality and strength of Native people have supported the survival of Native cultures in the face of adverse policies and attitudes of the past. I would, however, like to acknowledge that this success came with the support of those who embrace equality and cultural diversity. If we are to survive as Native people, we need the support and understanding of the larger society to accept our differences. But at the same time, we also vow to share those attributes and values that have sustained us and our societies through thousands of years, as we believe they can also benefit the larger society. I also want to tell our supporters of the Walter Soboleff Building that this is the beginning of our work. We have further dreams that we believe can provide ongoing and sustainable benefits to the state and to the region. A dream that can enhance the quality of lives of our citizens and allow many of our peoples to remain in their rural communities. That can perpetuate cultural diversity as the state's richest sustainable resource. Some of you have heard our vision to establish Juneau as the Northwest Coast Arts Capital. It has the potential to provide significant benefits throughout Alaska and Southeast Alaska, and also to provide a model for other regions of the state. We believe that this vision is possible through the partnerships we have created with school districts, with the universities, and with other public agencies. It has been quite a journey raising funds and constructing the Walter Soboleff Building. Madam Chair Johnson outlined all the financial support and services we received. I would like to emphasize the other essential ingredients to our success has been the unwavering support of Sealaska, its board of directors, and tribal shareholders, our board of trustees, the Council of Traditional Scholars, and our Native Artists Committee. Most significant to our success has been the dedicated team that we have at SHI who have worked tirelessly and unselfishly. I would like to acknowledge Lee Kadinger, our COO, whose leadership has ranged from construction to development. Thank you, Lee, for all of your hard work. I also want to acknowledge our dedicated staff who have worked with us for the past 3 years, some of whom have left to pursue other important work. If I could have my staff come here, I really want to acknowledge this excellent team that we have here who are dedicated to working for you, for our students, and for our future. Please join me in thanking our staff members who are wearing the blue t-shirts. Thank them for their service. Thank you guys. Now you could go back to work. We also want to thank the many volunteers who have continually come to our assistance through the years. I cannot express the gratitude that I feel at this moment for the immense support we have received. And to all who have made this a reality, thank you. Gunalchish. It has truly been an honor to work on this worthy project that is the symbol of our cultural survival and our determination to perpetuate our culture for future generations and for the society at large. Gunalchish.
Not here very good. Okay. Who are you bothering this microphone? I'd like to next call, if you would join me, to welcome from Sealaska Corporation, Mr. Joe Nelson, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of Sealaska, and he'll be followed by Anthony Malott, the President and CEO.
Thank you, Senator. This sure is a special day. And I do want to thank everybody for joining us on this special day. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I cannot forget this, so I'm going to do it first. Rosita Worrell, Dr. Rosita Worrell, is a tireless champion. She's on our boards, and this is so critical to who we are and what we do, her passion, her vision, her leadership, and today we're celebrating her delivering some results. So please help me thank Dr. Rosita Worrell and her team one more time. So on behalf of the board, I am just one of many, and I'm the latest in a long line of leaders that have come before me. I'm the newest chairman of the board, but I'm just one of many that have come before me, and I'm only here for a brief period. And it's through efforts like this today that we're ensuring there's going to be a long line of Native leaders coming behind us. So it really is a brief moment today that we are celebrating. And in order to do that properly, we always need to remember so many things. And as you know, as anybody that knows anything about Tlingit people, we are a clan people. People rooted in our clans, in our kwans, and I'm from Yaaktak Kwan. I'm a Kaajaakwtí and a son of the Kwashka Kwan, and here visiting and a resident now of the Ak Kwan and the Taku Kwan. And we do always want to do our best to acknowledge all of the Kwans for sustaining their lands and hanging on to their areas and continuing to take pride in ownership on our lands. And I couldn't help, as I was standing here watching the dance group this morning, thinking about the street here, is this maybe Seward Street, I guess. You can't help but think of a sense of history. There was a time not too long ago in our territory history where things like this were illegal. And that's just a factual, tough part of our history that comes to mind to me. And then there's a time just came to mind to me in our brief history, our municipal history, that this building was embedded in a historic district, which meant that it had to have the Gold Rush days mining facade around it. So I do want to appreciate the community for working with us and acknowledging and understanding the broader context and helping us redefine and really own our collective history as a single people who have a deep and rich history. That's a new day for us, I think, in so many ways, to reclaim as Native people the heart of this capital city in such a visible, powerful way. As a final note, everybody knows that our ANCSA corporations were set up in 1971, and I was fortunate to be born in 1970. So I was just made the cutoff to be born at a time where I received shares when I was 1 year old. And then there was a long period where folks that were born after me, that were no different than me, were born without this ownership in their corporation. I came onto the board in 2003, and one of the things I'll forever cherish is the effort of our board of directors and our company to open up our roles to our descendants who were born after 1971, and to have our young people really come into this company as young people and not have to wait for their parents or grandparents to pass on, and not wait for somebody to gift their shares, but to really own their rightful place in this company. That to me is and I think to most of our directors will be a memorable moment in the history of Sealaska, is the day we opened up the doors to our younger shareholders. Today is another one of those days. And a lot of folks know that we're a for-profit company. the business world has coined this term, the triple bottom line. And that's relatively new, you know, in Wikipedia you can find it's a relatively new term, the triple bottom line. But what the rest of the world is realizing is that your financial wealth is not sustainable for the long term if you are socially and environmentally bankrupt. So that triple bottom line is a financial health, a social wealth, and an environmental health. And it's these three elements that were intuitively built into us as Native people. We have known that since the beginning of our inception. And the predecessors ahead of me had the foresight to set up Sealaska Heritage Institute many years ago and invest in the long term with our scholarships, which we pumped roughly $13 million into at this date. So I'm just one of 13 directors here to thank the rest of you, to thank Sealaska Heritage Institute for being champions of our culture, and to thank the community for joining us on this very special day. Thank you for being here.
I've always wanted to do this. This is a man who needs no introduction.
Oh boy. Kaajaakwtí, thank you, Albert. Kaajaakwtí, it's good to see all of you here. My name is Anthony Malott, President and CEO of Sealaska. It's you sit here and you kind of feel the emotions building up, and it humbles me to stand here and speak for Sealaska management. There were CEOs for the last 40 years before me that stayed committed to Sealaska heritage. They're standing here with me. I'm speaking for them. All the former management teams that knew that our commitment to Sealaska heritage was something that was core to who Sealaska was. You know, someone who's already been mentioned, who's always standing beside me when I speak, is my uncle Clarence Jackson. All those people are here with me as I represent Sealaska management. Joe mentioned the fact that this is an investment, and I'll give you some perspective of the dedication and commitment that Sealaska has always had to Sealaska heritage. If you open up our annual report and you go down the financial pages, our donation to Sealaska heritage looks like a cost. It's in the expense line item. Some people even lump it in with losses when we have a bad year. I know the very first board, the very first management team never thought of our annual donations as a cost, as an expense. They knew it was an investment. And it's an investment that you will never see the return on within our financial pages. It's an investment that you see our return on days like this, when you see this building, when you see dancers, when you see people speaking our language, when you see more artists, culture bearers. That's the return on Sealaska's investment. And I want to thank Sealaska Heritage. They do such an amazing job. On an annual basis, we give over $1.5 million, and they more than double that in additional grants. Sealaska gave $2 million to this building, and that was just a fraction of the entire funding source that Sealaska Heritage was able to get to stand up this building. And we thanks Sealaska Heritage for providing such a significant return on our investment, and we'll stay committed for many years further because of that return. Kaajaakwtí.
Some of our friends are in the audience today, and I want to recognize John Pugh, retiring. John, stand up and be recognized. Good job for Southeast Alaska. Susan Bell, who did a lot of work for us. It's not Susan Bell is here, the former commissioner. We really appreciate her. Nicole Hollingstead, good to see you back. Patrick Duke, good to see you. We dedicated this program today to the family of Judson Brown. If there are members of Judson Brown's family here, would you please stand to be recognized? Judson Brown was the first chairman of the Sealaska Heritage Institute, and we want to recognize his family. I'd like to ask now some ceremonial spokespersons to come up to speak. Sorrel Goodwin and Rosa Miller, if they would come forward, please. Can she make it up here, or does she need help?
Good morning. Rosa Miller Khatousak, late Kakenach, Yéil Yachat, Tsimshian, Stu, Sina at Nachisi Khatousak, Tlingit Kainach, Dog Salmon Yachat. I want to thank Sealaska for inviting us to be part of this joyous occasion. It's something we have needed for a very long time. And I just can't say enough about what is going on today. Gunas Chish Atlain. We are the Yachtitans from the Yachtahit. Yachtahits Ati Ayachat. We welcome you to our ancestral land.
Yashkanda et suchat duasak. Yéil nachatseti. Akwan ayachat. Shleinedi ayachat. Yachtehit ayachat. Kaajaakwtí Yadi ayachat. Good morning, beautiful and noble people. I am truly humbled. We are truly humbled and honored by your presence here this morning. And it is my pleasure to honor you and to welcome you to the Acknowledged Tlingit homeland this morning. It's my hope that while you are here, that you draw strength and healing from this land. This is truly a sacred land. And I extend to you the open and empty hands of peace this morning. I just wanted to also acknowledge our Shagun, our ancestors who are here with us. Make no mistake about it, they are everywhere around us here this morning. Our Shagun, the ancestors who are behind us, and the ancestors that are yet to come in front of us. They're here, and I want to acknowledge their presence this morning. I also stand before you as a representative of the Watson and Joseph families and of the grandchildren of Sheep Creek Mary James, who was a leading woman and a matriarch of the Kaajaakwtí Dr. I am one of her grandsons, and for that it is a great honor that I can't even put into words this morning. It is also truly an honor to have this beautiful building on our land. It is so amazing. It is so amazing that that is here on our homeland. I am humbled by that again. You know, many years ago I was the archivist at Sealaska Heritage Institute, and I remember the day we were sitting in Rosita's office looking at the earliest renderings and pictures of this beautiful structure standing behind us. I remember that day well. And I just wanted to say to Rosita, you did it. How about another round of applause for Rosita? Again, it is truly an honor to have all of you here, beautiful and noble people, and I love you. Baruch Hashem.
From the Wushkitan, would you please welcome Alfred McKinley and Mike Tagaban?
Before we start, if I could ask my son Tutan to come stand by us, please. Ricky's going to come out.
Yeah.
Make sure we get everybody.
Shatadeke. I'm glad to see all the people here. This place was called Satikahidi before the gold rush. So I welcome all of you. I love all the people. To begin with, this was our land. And we will accept the Soboleff Building to our land. And another thing, I'm glad to see the ABAS members that's here. And they're the ones that started the land claims. When they couldn't sue the government, the Central Council took over. And then the creation of the building, Sealaska, Gold Belt, and all the land claims, profit-making corporations. Anyway, that's what I will say to the people. Welcome. Welcome the Soboleff Building. Achtu ke shakati han hadi ade. Yéil kate achtu katake. You go quite. Was it something? Take over. Get back.
Konaschish, Anyakusani. Yanishtuk, Yukat Duasak. Wushkitan, Ayahat. Slik Hita. Akwan, Ayahat. My name is Mike Tagaban. I'm Wushkitan, shark of the Akwan. I lived in the Thunderbird house that used to be here in our village with my grandmother, my uncles. And over the many years that I have lived in this town, I have been honored to stand by many, many noble people of our clans. They have given me great lessons on how to live my life for each step that I take. And Walter was one of those men. And to stand here with my son it gets me right here. To know that he'll be following with us through our steps. I want to thank Rosita for her undying efforts to promote our heritage every day. We've talked many times. We've not always agreed, but we've always talked. And that's the way of our people. You need to talk to each other. I would not want to forget all of the clans that are here with us today, but not take too much time. The Tlingit, Gunishish for being here. Dukdain Tan, Gunishish, Sluknakari, Kaajaakwtí, Kiksadi, Slukakari, Deshitan, Ganakadi, Kwashkikwan, Gunishish, Ganak
and all ravens that we may have failed to mention.
Then to please understand if we may missed anybody, all of the ravens that are gathered here, please forgive me if I didn't call your name. I remember Cecilia Coons when I was growing in the village, and as I came back and worked here as a policeman, she would tell me, one day you're going to be up in a high office, and I don't know if I'm there yet, but I never dreamed I would be addressing our people.
2-minute warning.
Gunishish, 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 and may our God shine upon us every day.
While he's leaving the stage, I want to recognize Mary Miller, head of the Sitka Parks. Stand, please. Thank you very much for being here. Good job. John Binkley is here with us today. John, thank you for being here. See you. Good to see former Senator John Binkley. I want to recognize Jackie Peda, the President of National Congress of American Indians. Where is she? I just wanted to make sure she knows we recognize her on a capacity other as a director. Jackie Peda. Lisa Worrell from the Juneau School Board, our Native representative. Thank you very much for being here. And our good friend Mike Miller from Sitka on the Sitka Tribal Association. Mike Miller, thank you. Would you please welcome Ken Grant from Dukdain Tan clan, Kenny Grant from Huna.
Gunishish, Anetkasani. Thank you, noble people. Dekina, the Haidas, our family, our friends. Tsimshian, Tsimshian, our in-laws, our family, our friends. Tlingit, Tlingit Tlingit Hit house leaders. Na Shadahanke, clan leaders. Cleig Cooknoo Kate. Cleig Cooknoo Kate. One eagle, one wolf. Takatyahan, Gunishish Haa Yaidat, Iyaya Khalqaini. I'm very grateful to stand before you and look amongst your faces. Gulchish Yaidat Yatachin Hanya Achtlak. I recognize my sister standing here and supporting me in the Tachtain Tan. Gulchish Tlasjas Chatayat Chahan Tlasjas Chat Achkakas Yado has tu Achtla has. It's not just me standing here. My uncles are standing here, and my mothers are all standing here with me. My family is here with me. I want you to look what's behind us here. In today's world, they call it art form. But to us, it's our history, our stories. And if you look at all the elements that make up these art forms, these elements respect one another. You will look at them, they don't push into each other's, but they touch each other's gently. They signify harmony. When you look at our art form, there is harmony there. And this is what our ancestors are passing down to us right now. Harmony, respect. And they tell a story, our history. I want to thank Sealaska Heritage. They're carrying forth the dream of our grandparents. Our grandparents, I remember, that were giving nickels and dimes in supporting the land claims. And now, what you see before us here, Sealaska, Gunnachish, Gunnachish. This is what all I have to say. Thank you very much.
While he's leaving the stage, could we recognize a couple of our good friends that are here? I see Mike Baines in the audience. He's the chairman of the Sitka Tribes of Alaska. Mike, good to see you, and thank you for being here. The president of Tlingit and Haida Central Council is here with us today. Would you please welcome and recognize Richard Peterson? Richard Peterson, thank you. From the Shungu KD, David Katzik is here to speak to us. David Katzik.
Anyatkusani, Gunnachish Klein, and where Adai the Hun, yes, the Kat Yuhan, Yayiki, Ya Wush, Watuta Adi, Ya hit that, Gunnachisha, Achishas, Garnach Tedi, Sochishas Garnachati, Soch Sunny Has, De Shitan. Takwanedi, Achlisku has, Sukachati, Gunnachisha, Kaajaakwtí Dr. Achlisku has, Dr. Tan, Gunnachisha, Canoe, kicks Adi, Adayai the Hunya. Ho, yeah, well, the Tani, Yatiyak, Kaajaakwtí Adaslicinia, Hayukatangi, Lichin Hakusti, Gunnachish has to say, Yache, Taku Gunnachish, Shawudaneke, Governor Walker. Because to cut you on and all of you, the rest of you, I only have 3 minutes and I'm almost over. So if I named all of you, I would probably end up being here longer than I should be. But I want to just say this one thing. The spirit of our ancestors have been crying out long before this day, long before this time. The spirit of our ancestors have been crying out, saying, Yadu Uhan. They've been saying, we're here. We're here. All the way from the community of Saxman, Ketchikan, all the way up to Yakutat. Every one of the communities in the southeast panhandle have been given a name by the Tlingit people who settled this land. And this particular building that we have here, we can hold it up to any other building in this community because it speaks of the spirit of our ancestors. Thank you. But more than anything else, I want to conclude my remarks. We thank the institutions that came from the people, like the A&B, the ANS, the Tlingit and Haida Central Council, the community councils, the the IRS, the IRAs. The Sealaska Corporation and the Sealaska Heritage Institute. Shareholders that are out there personally, and for all of us, I want to thank you because this is the result of your dollars and cents that are part of that corporation, this institution. Without us, it would not be here. So I want to thank all of you, and this will serve to me as a symbol of healing that needs to take place among us as Native people, as people of Alaska, where there will be joy, peace, and harmony in working together for the betterment, not only for our community, but for our land that our people loved so dearly. So thank you very much, all of you, for coming. Thank you very much for witnessing history in the time when things will begin to turn in such a way and so quickly it will baffle our minds. Thank you for the state of Alaska, for the city and borough of Juneau, for all the other institutions that were named, because you have invested in the healing of a land. So thank you very much. Longer than 3 minutes, sorry.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, David. I want to recognize Patrick N. Connolly, Executive Vice President of National Cooperative Bank, who came all the way from Arlington, Virginia to be with us today. Where are you at? Wave to me. Oh, there you are. Thank you very much. They made a contribution to this building, and we wanted to recognize your traveling. And we appreciate you coming when it's not raining. Would you please welcome from Metlakatla, a member of the council there, Tsimshian Gavin Hudson, who's come from Metlakatla to be with us today. Thank you.
Samoyget, Sim Giget, Sigadam Hanatnach, Abawelksik, Adatchatni Gera, Anna Alaska, Hookgini Itska Skikti Wayu, Lach Skikti Ptegu, Shumachasa Divil Zogu, Adzik Sagoru Nuvel Silamamskism, Adalu Amgoru Nuvel Needsism, Sagatan, chiefs, noble men, noble women, children of high rank, and all the people of Alaska. My name, my Tsimshian name, is Eagle Always Watching Over. My English name is Gavin Hudson. I belong to the Eagle clan. Metlakatla, Alaska is where I live. I am proud to stand with you all, and I'm happy to see you all today. I'd first like to acknowledge and thank the Akwán, in whose territory we are conducting this business. And I'd like to thank the fine folks at Sealaska Heritage for this festive day. The Honorable Mayor of Metlakatla, Audrey Hudson, has asked me to relay to you all that she regretfully cannot be here today. Beloved members of our community have recently passed, and the mayor has chosen to remain in Metlakatla to hold up the families during this difficult time. She has asked that I address you all today to speak on behalf of our people, the people of Annette Island, the Tsimshian of Metlakatla, Alaska. I serve on the council of Metlakatla Indian Community. It is a beautiful community which I love, so I'm honored and proud to be speaking on behalf of my people, addressing you all on this fine day, this special day. And it is special, isn't it? Today, the Sealaska Heritage Institute has brought together the Tlingit, the Haida, and the Tsimshian for an historic occasion. Today, we all get to witness the grand opening of the Walter Soboleff Center here in downtown Juneau. I'm sorry to say that I never met Dr. Soboleff, but by all accounts, he was a good man who cared deeply about the future of his people and all the First Peoples of Alaska. Did you know that he had a direct tie to Metlakatla? Stella Atkinson was his late wife Stella was a strong Tsimshian woman from Metlakatla. Stella Atkinson was an entrepreneur whose dignified demeanor and bold personality endeared her to everyone she met. She was tough and she was smart, but what we all remember most about Stella was her crazy sense of humor. Dr. Soboleff was a lucky man. Sealaska Heritage has outdone itself with this fantastic new facility. It is a shining beacon in the heart of Alaska's capital city, where forevermore masterpieces by titans of Northwest Coast art shall enshrine the very structure of this prestigious cultural center. Alaskans are blessed to have original and groundbreaking work from Robert Davidson, Preston Singletary, David Albert Boxley, and David Robert Boxley. In the world of formline, these artists are giants. Their heartfelt expressions, whether in cedar, glass, or metal, stand here, reaching out to you, touching your heart, reflecting your beauty, inspiring us all to think and feel deeply about our past, our present, and our future. Beneath the obvious beauty of this building's amazing architecture, beneath the breathtaking artwork, you'll find a subtler beauty of even greater significance. The Sealaska Heritage Institute has built its new headquarters on a firm foundation of mutual respect and intertribal equality. Walter and Stella would be proud to know that a building which bears his name is meant to embrace the heritage of the Tsimshian, the Haida, and the Tlingit in equal measure, weaving together our shared values, creating a space in which we all are welcome. Within this new space, we all get a chance to gaze into Tsimshian mythology, as told through the masterful craftsmanship of Mr. David Albert Boxley and his son, David Robert, and their magnificent creation, the largest carved and painted Tsimshian house front ever displayed. On it, you will see an ancient Tsimshian story, flanked on either side by all four crests of our people. Now, we have a lot in common with the Tlingit and Haida, who are our neighbors, but one major point in which we differ is our crests. The Tsimshian are composed of four separate and equal clans: Luxgeek, Eagle Clan; Lachgibu, Wolf Clan; Gishputwada, Killer Whale Clan; and Gunhada, Raven Clan. To see them displayed here in Juneau makes me very, very proud. The house front is 16 feet high, and that's how tall I feel today. Mr. Boxley, Davy, Lukal Am Chapsum, great job. We are so proud of you fine sons of Metlakatla. I'd like to ask everyone at this moment to please join me in applauding the Boxleys for producing a work of art which will inspire artists and storytellers for many generations to come. On behalf of the 4 clans of the Tsimshian, the Lakskik, the Gishputwada, the Lakkibu, and the Gunhada, and on behalf of the Mayor's Office, the Council, the executives and membership of the Metlakatla Indian Community and Ned Islands Reserve, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting the Tsimshian to be part of this day and part of the Walter Soboleff Center. I am truly honored to be speaking on behalf of my people. I will remember what you have done here today. I will remember all that I have seen and heard during this time of occasion. I will remember this fine day. You all have shown that the Tsimshian people, you have shown us your love, your generosity, and your respect. I will never forget this feeling of a heart full of joy, awe, and wonder. Come gos welsum, sa amps welsum. Bless you all. May your names always be good. And toyexit nursum. Thank you all very much. Why wah.
We'd like to welcome from the Yanyadi, Ben Cornell, who will be speaking on their behalf.
Thank you, Albert. First and foremost, I want to introduce my mother, Dorothy Cornell. Please turn around to face the audience, Mom. We are the Yéil. We're from the Taku River area. Kaajaakwtí, my mom's name, by the way. If I don't say it, I get in trouble. But thank you. We're from the Taku River area for 10,000 years, from the Willow House. And we are very honored and very pleased to be invited to this important historical event. People don't realize the full impact that it has on the Native people here and what it represents. You're standing on beach. A lot of these are just pilings. Our ancestors are standing proud. They're smiling down upon us. I do want to thank the Tsimshian for their beautiful music, the Haida, and Angon for dancing for us. When Mom hears those drum beats, she gets up and dances. She's 80 years old, has a little bit of trouble, but she makes it a point to get up and dance. That's what's happening with our ancestors. They are standing tall and proud of everybody. We live in one large canoe here, and everybody's a paddlers, and I certainly appreciate the state and Governor Bill Walker and his wife, Donna, and Byron and Tony, Kathy Munoz, Dennis Egan, Sam Keto, and our mayor, Meryl Sanford. It's a team effort. We all have to paddle together. And certainly the rudder was Rosita Whirl. I appreciate every effort you put forth. Nobody knows how hard you work. I appreciate the effort that you put forth. Gunesh Chish. I'm going to cut it short. I wanted to just say thank you for inviting me in here for this historical moment. My mom thanks you. Thank you.
From the city of Heidelberg, would you please welcome Anthony Christensen, the mayor of that wonderful city. Anthony?
Saquon Hada, Is Ejung, Anthony Christensen, Hinudi Keong, Sylvester Peel, Dichin Uijan, Frida Peel, Dinan Uijan. Thank you to Sealaska. Thank you to Sealaska Heritage for the invitation. Goodness cheese. It is a really good day to be here. We truly appreciate the work that has gone into this historic event and occasion. Nothing brings our cultures together more than the pride that we have in representing the people that have come before us and handed down a legacy. I think they are proud standing there watching us today as they again flew over us, the raven and the eagle, and joined us in spirit and walked our ancestors into this ceremony. Thank you to the Tlingit people for allowing us, the Haidas, to come to your land and share in celebration and ceremony. I think the part of reinstilling our cultural values into our communities is what is healing them. And I've heard that time and again here as our elders and our speakers of highest esteem have stepped to the podium and shared with you and thanked you for your involvement, from the management teams to the community members, the involvement of private and public sectors to make this a reality. So again, the community of Heidelberg really appreciates the work that has gone into this and the continued support that we receive from Sealaska and Sealaska Heritage to continue cultural practices in our community. We've had a long-term relationship that has been flourishing and helping our cultural revival in our community become a reality. The center and the work that Sealaska does is bigger than just this building here. It's in our communities, and they share with us their resources every year to make sure that our camps that we host and our totem raisings that we have are successful. And we thank the leadership, the Sealaska Board of Directors, the Sealaska Heritage, and all of the people who it takes to make those happen. There's a lot of people on the ground in our community that really support the efforts of keeping our culture alive. And so again, it's a great honor for the community of Heidelberg to be here to represent the Haida people. I thank all of you for your attendance, and I hope we continue to enjoy this beautiful day. I'm jealous of all of you sitting in the sun over there because it is cold on this side. Now, have a good day.
I want to recognize the McDowell Group, Jim Calvin and Bob Koenitzer, who did the initial feasibility study for this building. But I also want to remember all of you to remember Eric McDowell, who is the founder of that group and passed away and isn't here to see this wonderful building here today. Would you please give the McDowell Group a wonderful hand, please? We've had individual people who stepped up and given money every year because they believe in this. I want to recognize Carolyn and Kyla Kleefeld. Is any of them here? Could I see a wave of hand? Carla? There you go. Okay, wave. And the reason I'm doing this is because for the last 15 years, they have contributed $10,000 a year for the last 15 years toward this building. And that's a personal contribution. Now we would ask somebody from the Soboleff family to come up and talk to us. We'd ask the matriarch of that family to come up. Janet Burke, if she would come forward, please. And she's followed by her entourage.
Who's got the timer? I'll let you know when to start. Okay. Hi, my name is Janet Burke. I'm the eldest in the Soboleff family, and these are my three brothers. I said three. I said three. Walter Jr., Ross, and Sasha. What a glorious day this is. We are so proud of this building. We know and we feel that our dad is here, as well as Clarence and all of those other elders that have gone on. It was such a dream for everyone to pull together and do this wonderful building to carry on our culture. If you think the outside of the building is beautiful, you just wait till you get in the inside. I got a sneak preview. Our dad loved his religion, he loved his people, and he loved his culture. His whole life was dedicated to the betterment and the preservation of native languages and how we should acknowledge the ways of our ancestors. One of his huge efforts that he accomplished was to, he and my mom moved up to Fairbanks, where he was asked to start the Native Studies program at the University of Alaska Fairbanks campus. And he said, "Really? You would like me to do that?" And they said, "We would like you to do that." So they moved up there, lock, stock, and barrel, and left Juneau after 40 years and started the program, which is well and alive today. I had a chance to go up there and visit. I wanted to see what it was all about. So I went to the college, and I walked in the door, and the receptionist said, "May I help you?" And I said, "Sure." And I told her who I was. I said, "I'm Walter Soboleff's daughter, Janet." And she said, "You are?" And the whole place got quiet. There were kids in the common there, students in the commons. And they all stood up. And they looked over. And then one by one, people started coming out of their offices to see. And I was like, wow. So I got a tour of that. And it was just a very special moment for me. I wasn't expecting that reaction. Now, on a little bit of a lighter side, you all know Dad in your own special ways. He knew you, and he would talk to you, and I'm sure everyone has a story to tell. We had a lot of fun growing up with him. He had quite a sense of humor. Our children and our grandchildren have so many happy memories of their silly grandfather. You probably had seen quirks of silliness coming from him at some time. He used to love to play Monopoly with the grandchildren, and they always let him be the banker because they knew they could trust him. And he always won. And finally, and Monopoly takes a long time to play, so, they would really get into it. And so then he started to get accused of stealing money from the bank because they never won. He always won. And he loved playing old maid with the children too, and he would get the old maid in his hand. He had really big cards, and it would be the next person's turn to take the card, and he would hold it up and he'd go like this, trying to make them pick the old maid, and he would laugh about the old maid when somebody would get stuck with it. For myself and my siblings, we always knew that Dad knew everything we did to the minute detail. We never could get away with anything because I knew if he just looked at us that he knew everything. And he never had to say a word. He was so gentle. I could tell stories about the time my two youngest brothers snuck out in the middle of the night, and when they came back and they slid the bathroom window open, he helped them in the window. And I never tell stories about myself, and I wasn't perfect. I stole the car one time when Dad was out of town, and I was joyriding in this car, and I got in an accident. So I took the car home, and I told my mom, and she said, "Wait till your father gets home." So I waited, and you know, he never said a word to me about that fender bender. One day I was home for lunch at noontime, and he came in and he said to me, "I just finished paying off your accident 3 years ago. That happened 3 years ago." And I was like, "Thank you." He was such a gentle giant. I'm sure we could all tell stories of how he touched our lives. And it was in so many different ways. He was a very religious man, and he loved nature, and he would talk to the trees, and he would talk to the ravens, and he would talk to the eagles. But I just wanted to close with one of his favorite Bible verses, and this is so him. It's from the book of Micah, and it says, "He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." And that's what he was all about. Thank you.
I'd like to say a few words about my father, Walter Soboleff. He moved around and he did so well in so many worlds. But he was in Teneke one day, a day like this, and he said, "I'm going to just think in Tlingit today." And he walked out and he looked at a tree and he said, and he translated for a humble man like me, because I don't understand Tlingit that well, he said, "The little bird is singing to the buds on the tree so that the leaves will open." When I think of the Walter Soboleff Center, I think that this is the kind of thought and philosophy that this building is going to represent. It's going to be a place where we can dig deep into the deeper parts of our own self and our own culture and find the things that bring meaning to life. It'll be a place where we can research and write and sing and dance and speak to each other with love and compassion in such a way that it will open the leaves of our lives to a fuller life. The little bird that was singing to the leaves sang to those leaves for generations. But it was my father and it was the elders and the people that heard that bird singing and saw what it was doing. Kaajaakwtí, let it be so. Haa Shuká, Haa Shuká.
Okay, we're going to have a gift-given period here. Angon group, come forward. And then we're also going to have, for all of you in the audience, the staff from the Heritage Center is going to be giving out gifts also. We'll do the Angon one first, and then as soon as they start, we'll have the Heritage group come But before we give out the gifts, we do have a protocol to follow. And I ask Peter McCluskey and Frank Jack and Dan Brown to come forward.
Sheesh. I want to call on somebody from the Kaajaakwtí. His mother's mother was Walter Soboleff's mother's sister. And so he's going to read off a list of names from that house. Gasta, Airishi.
Sheesh. This is dedication of a building to a noble man. I want to acknowledge our elders sitting here. Sealaska. We also have AMB and ANS Gunchish for standing by us. I'm a dog salmon from Kaajaakwtí. My name is Kasta. My great-grandmother and Walter Soboleff's mother were sisters. My great-grandmother was the youngest of 8. We all come from the Kaajaakwtí, the central house in Angon. Akla is here, my mother, sitting over here in the corner underneath with the elders. Shkeinaka. Before I read the names, a lot of you know he was a retired military. He was Army. But what I would like to do is acknowledge all the veterans here today, because Walter was a veteran. So if they would raise their hands and if you would applaud them. Sheesh. What I'd like to do now is have all the dog salmons move forward. These are the dog salmons that come from Kaajaakwtí. This is a list, goes way back. Some of them were unknown on the year. Chief Kukesh is one of the chief names from the dog salmon house. Kaajaakwtí. Kaajaakwtí. Taka. Shayichak. Walter carried that name, Kaajaakwtí. And thank you for being here to witness this. Kunachish.
These gifts are from Angon. They're just a token of our appreciation to all of you who are attending this. We're also going to ask the Sealaska Heritage staff to distribute the gifts that they have. This is our gift-giving time. And I want the dancers to go and give it to everybody. Don't just give it to the people in the front row. Go to the ones way in the back, too. It's a token from our family in Angon to our friends and family in Juneau. for those of you who get one of these, they're giving these out to special trustees and individuals who have worked in the organization. They're tanas that are made from leftovers from the building. There are some in the store that are available for sale. How many did you say we had? 30 only. There's only 30 available for sale in the store. So, just so you know. Let's see Dan Sullivan here. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the stage somebody who's spent all morning with us here, and we apologize for holding him up from his other duties, but I know the legislature's not working anyway, so he might as well be down here. Would you please welcome the governor of the great state of Alaska, the Honorable Mr. Mill Walker. I understand he's a Kaajaakwtí. Oh, that's right, he's a Kaajaakwtí. He got a name. And I'm going to ask him to tell you what his name is when he gets up here.
Well, thank you very much. What an honor it is to be here today. You know, Lieutenant Governor Malott and I have had many good days since we've been in office. Today is a great day for Alaska. It is just an incredibly great day for Alaska. I was not blessed with meeting Walter Soboleff, but I feel like I know him. I know him because my time with Lieutenant Governor Malott told me many stories about this great man. When I'm having dinner in his home, there's a wonderful portrait in his home of Walter Soboleff. Some of the stories he told me about Walter Soboleff and his sense of humor are some I will never forget. I've been to Dr. Soboleff's church, and I am so honored to be part of this ceremony. And this facility is clearly because of someone had a vision, someone had the passion, and did the hard work to make this happen. And I know Dr. Worrell is that individual, so I am so honored to know her. I met her a few years ago. When I heard her speak for the first time, I knew I was in the presence of somebody very special, and she certainly has proven to be that. So I just cannot be more honored to be here. Some might know me as the governor, some might know me as Bill Walker, but my real name is Kaajaakwtí. That's because I was adopted. I was adopted about a month and a half ago into the Kaajaakwtí clan. I'm an Eagle. You might think of Byron Malott as your lieutenant governor. He is. He's my brother-in-law now. He's a Raven, I'm an Eagle, so now things are balanced. So I'm excited about that. So this facility represents really the future of Alaska. It represents a movement, it represents an attitude, it represents a step, a major step in the right direction for the future of this great state. You know, Lieutenant Governor Malott and I don't come to these positions to just serve our time and move on. It's to make a difference. And to be able to be here as part of this great celebration of a man who had that vision and had that passion and did the hard work, whether it was at UAF in Fairbanks, where it was in the villages. He had that passion about Alaska's heritage, its future, and Alaska is a much better place as a result of what he did and who he was. So, you know, before a month ago, I would have been surrounded by friends, and now I'm surrounded by family. Now that I have, with my new adoption, that means so much to me. So I thank you for allowing me to say a few words to be part of this journey that we're all on, part of this honor of honoring this great facility, and what a better place for it to be than in the capital city of Juneau. And I wish that I'm glad to see a few of our legislators here. I wish there were about 59 more or 58 more, however many there are, but we'll work on getting them to come back. And but the First Lady and I are so honored to be in this role, to be in this city, to be a resident of Southeast Alaska. And thank you again, and God bless Alaska. Thank you so much.
Would you please join me to recognize and welcome to the podium the Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Alaska, Mr. Byron Malott.
As has already been said so eloquently by so many this morning, this is a very special day. I couldn't help but look up at the Sealaska Building, which was among the first expressions, other than our A and B halls, of the Native presence in this community, in our region, and on this land. And I couldn't help but think, looking at that reflective glass, of all of those who served on the board, who served with Sealaska, whose images are looking down at us today. I can't help but reflect specifically on Judson Brown, the first chair of the Sealaska Heritage Foundation at the time, now the Sealaska Heritage Institute. Of Walter, of course. I remember as a little boy in Yakutat, of a Sunday, as was happening all over town, turning on the radio and dialing to listen to Walter's Sunday sermon in Tlingit, which he broadcast, and every village would try to tune in and listen. And I remember Clarence Jackson, my other brother-in-law, Governor, who would come to my home, and I'll never forget one time he needed an anchor. And he said, "Brother-in-law, do you have an anchor?" And I had an anchor that I didn't need, and it was in my garage. And he looked at it, and he picked it up without saying a word, and he took it out and put it in the back of his car. And it was a big fur-foored anchor worth a few dollars. And he came into my kitchen and he put $1 on the counter and he said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." But he knew that that was to be reciprocated. And that is the balance that exists in our relationships among clans as people. This building has been the dream of many. It is an expression of both our past and, has been said here today, our future. It is a commitment to our children that they both will receive the wisdom, will receive the strength of their ancestors and see it expressed in this place. But it also says to them, we will give you the tools, we will give you the opportunity, we will hopefully give you the strength, we will give you ultimately the responsibility to yourselves. Take what is in this building and what it means and pass it on to your children, so that on this land we will always know who we are. And on this land, we will use the knowledge of who we are to make ourselves better, to make ourselves more knowledgeable, but also, again, as has been said here this morning, we will use our strength to add to the collective strength of Alaska, so that generations from now, Alaska will be a place in which is recognized the strength of First Peoples, is recognized the contribution of First Peoples is recognized even generations from now, the reality, the presence of First Peoples on the land in every generation throughout the existence of Alaska. And it will make Alaska stronger, and it will make the rest of the world look at Alaska and say, there is a place where people came together in a way that is an example for the rest of us, so that, as Walter Soboleff would have prayed so fervently, that there would be peace and there would be understanding and there would be people as one everywhere that they exist. Gunakchish, Gunakchish, Gunakchish.
Before I ask the current mayor of Juneau to come up, I want to recognize former Mayor Bruce Botello, a good friend of the building and of the Alaska Native community. Bruce Botello, where are you? I saw you a minute ago. There. Thank you for being here, Bruce. Would you please welcome the Honorable Mayor of Juneau, Mr. Mayoral Sanford.
Wow, what a beautiful day, huh? Look at the mountaintops. Look at the ocean. I was in charge of that beauty today, my wife said, and I asked Mike Tagabon to be in charge of the wind today. But the wind is being a trickster on us, and he didn't do a very good job, did you, Assistant Chief Tagabon? That's a joke between Mike and I. It is great to have you all here with us in our capital city. It is a beautiful day, warm and cozy, the white mountains above us, the calm seas out on the channel. Rosita, thanks for picking these the most beautiful days to celebrate here on this site. Groundbreaking last year was the same way. Good job. Two things are happening today. The dedication of this wonderful building and the bringing together of many different souls, cultures, and as Dr. Reverend Soboleff preached all his life, as in Dr. Soboleff's preaching and teaching, come together, respect one another, love one another. Today we celebrate together the Tlingit, the Haida, the Tsimshian, and all the other peoples of Southeast Alaska. We come together in unity, here to unite as one and demonstrate with great pride our peoples and our cultures. Placed within this house are our cultures, our artwork, our training facilities, and most importantly, our protection of our history. Think of the history that is now kept here safely and preserved for the future generations. Reverend Soboleff, the man, the preacher, is looking down on us right now. So don't look over your shoulder. And if you do, you will see a man with a beautiful big smile, a round face, round cheeks, saying that he loves you and he loves all of us. It was a beautiful thing to see and a beautiful thing to know your father and your grandfather, Soboleff's. Good person. He is saying, come together, respect each other, love one another, and lastly, love the good Lord above. Thank you all for being here today.
I don't know why people are really praising Rosita. She put all of us in this cold part of the building over here. I'm starting to get a cold. It's your fault, Rosita. Kathy Munoz, Alaska State House of Representatives, welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and thank you, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, for being here today. I also want to acknowledge the Akwán people, the first people of this area, and thank you, Gunash. And thank you to Rosita Whirl. Dr. Whirl was a tremendous inspiration in leading this project. She worked with us closely in the legislature in realizing 2 appropriations totaling $7 million. Representative Bill Thomas, who was here earlier, was the co-chair of the Finance Committee when we realized those 2 appropriations. And I thank him and acknowledge him. I hope he's still here. Thank you. Ben Coronel said that this was very much a community project, and I believe that to be true. I think of the Apostle Paul in his letter to the Corinthians when he talked about each one of us brings a special gift to the table, to the body whole. And I feel that that's very true with this project, that all of us coming together, the people of Juneau, the Alaska Native Sisterhood, the Alaska Native Brotherhood, the many community leaders throughout the region, throughout the state, have come together to make this project possible. It is an honor to be here today and an honor to have been involved. I believe strongly that this brings great vitality to our community, to our region. I walk by and I smile and I see the beauty of this project, and I think of the many people that contribute. The visitors too. John Binkley is here, and I appreciate the support of the visitor industry also. So with that, thank you all for being here today. Gunash, thank you.
Are they having session? The Senate is in session. Can you believe that? So Dennis Egan, who is our next speaker, isn't here right now. We'll watch for him, and if he comes back, we'll recognize him. But would you recognize and welcome Sam Keto, Representative Sam Keto, to the podium, please?
Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Rosita. I am proud and humbled to be able to stand here before you and see all these friendly faces and faces from all around southeastern Alaska. It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to be able to be here to celebrate the grand opening of the Walter Soboleff Building, to recognize Walter Soboleff's family, and to appreciate the beautiful weather we have here in Juneau this time of year, and the Sealaska Building in juxtaposition and adjacent to the cultural center of Southeast Alaska of the Walter Soboleff Building. It is wonderful to be here on behalf of the community of Juneau and Northern Southeast, Skagway, Haines, Klukwan, Gustavus, and welcome all of you here. Recognize that this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for the Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people to further their culture, to be able to participate with all of Southeast and Alaska in furthering our support for Alaska Native people in Southeast Alaska and in Juneau. So thank you all for being here. I know that we've heard a lot of words today, many words I appreciate and honor, and really would like to say thank you to the Soboleff family. Thank you to Rosita again, and to everybody who has put their time and effort into making sure this facility became a reality, and became a reality in downtown Juneau, where it can participate with the tourists, with people of Juneau, with everybody in Alaska. It's a fitting tribute to the Tlingit, Tsimshian, Haida people of Southeast, and I'm looking forward to enjoying the inside of the building as we finish our presentation and being able to see the wonders of the building. So thank you all very much for being here.
One of the major donors for this building was the Rasmussen Foundation. Not only do they give money for this building to help it get it to its completion stage, but they also fund many of the programs that the Institute runs on a daily basis. Would you please welcome Diane Kaplan, the President and CEO, CEO of the Rasmussen Foundation.
Thank you. In 1901, Jenny Olsen came to Yakutat as a Swedish Covenant missionary. And there in Yakutat, she gave birth to a son delivered by a Tlingit midwife. Her son, Elmer Rasmussen, and his mother, 60 years ago, created the Rasmussen Foundation. I'm honored today to represent our board members and staff who are here. Board members Anthony Malott and Linda Leary, staff members Jason Smart, Kelsey Putavin, and the Rasmussen family. Elmer Rasmussen was a good friend of Walter Soboleff. I was just looking at a photograph as Elmer and Mary Louise Rasmussen were honored as honorary members of the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood as Walter Soboleff looked on. The relationship between the Rasmussen Foundation and the Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people of Alaska is deep and enduring. A few years ago, our board member Anthony Malott brought our staff of Rasmussen Foundation to a lunch with the Sealaska Heritage Institute staff. They prepared a beautiful traditional lunch for our staff, and when we sat down, Anthony asked if each of the staff members would introduce themselves to our staff. And in turn, each of them, in their native language, said their name, who their parents were, who their grandparents were, and introduced themselves. And as they went around the room and got back to Anthony, he said, "I want to thank you for what you do, because when I was a little kid, none of my friends could do what you have just done here today." And that is the beauty of the Sealaska Heritage Institute. It has totally changed our state. Dr. Whirl and Lee very generously offered to the Rasmussen Foundation to name a portion of this building for Rasmussen Foundation in honor of our gift. You might know that each year we honor one Alaskan as our distinguished artist. So today, I'd like to respond to Rosita and Lee's generous offer, and we have asked instead that instead of naming it for Rasmussen, that 2 parts of the building be named for 2 of the Rasmussen Foundation distinguished artists. And today I have the honor of revealing the names of the building's new rooms. So, right behind me? Oops. Okay, so I'm proud to announce that one room in this beautiful building will be named the Dolores Churchill Artist in Residence Studio. This will be a space for visiting artists. There is already a long line of interested individuals who want to use that space. And no, there's no decision on who's first. Dolores, thank you for your inspiration. And second, we're proud that we'll have a place here called the Nathan Jackson Gallery. This will be an exhibit hall for educational exhibits, both permanent and temporary, for locals and visitors, and in keeping with the theme of today's events, Native people telling a Native story. Gunishish.
One of our sister corporations in Alaska approached us many years ago to see if we would contribute to something called the Morris Thompson Building in Fairbanks. And we did. Sealaska's board of directors voted to contribute to that building. When we had this building being built, we asked those sister corporations if they would contribute to this building to help us build it. One of those organizations is here today. Would you please welcome from Doyon Limited, Miranda Wright. She is a contributor to this building.
Good morning. It's a wonderful day to be in this beautiful city of Juneau. And it gives me a great honor and sincere pleasure to bring greetings from Doyon Limited in the interior. And to reconnect with a lot of friends, family, and many distinguished guests that are present here today. You know, Doyon is really excited, and we're really honored to be a part of this celebration for such a distinguished person as Dr. Walter Soboleff. You know, for many years, Dr. Soboleff resided in the interior. He was the first director of the Alaska Native Studies program at the University of Alaska. As the director, he established, I thought, some really groundbreaking policies and curriculum at the university. He elevated Native knowledge to the classroom level at the university. He established the Elders in Residence program, where he invited Native elders from across the state, not just invited them, but he also paid them to come up and teach university students. This was a breakthrough initiative and a paradigm shift that took Native knowledge from the roles of folklore into standardized curriculum at the university level. So we were always honored to know Dr. Soboleff, and during that period we also learned to appreciate his sense of humor and the dedication that he had to education. As I followed many years later as director of the Alaska Native Studies program, I really grew to appreciate the knowledge and the depth that Dr. Soboleff carried within him, and very humble through that whole process. He returned to Fairbanks in 2007 as a keynote speaker at the University of Alaska commencements. During that time, he shared much sage advice and wisdom with the audience. As I close today, I want to share with you two quotes from that event that I feel were very profound and really helped to identify who or illustrate who Dr. Soboleff was, and also why Doyon is so appreciative and honored to be represented here today as you celebrate this grand opening. The first quote was very simple. He said, "Education is a mental subsistence." Stop and think about that. It's a mental subsistence. To me, that really demonstrated his dedication to education. The other quote that he made during that event was, "The road to success is always under construction." And I love that. I thought it was just really illustrative of how we are all lifetime learners. Ganesh Cheese for allowing me to share my time with you today. Masi Kanayuka. Thank you.
Many of you know that we have a new senator in the state. Many of you don't know, or maybe you do know, that he's married to an Alaska Native. And she is an Athabascan descent out of Fairbanks. The third thing you probably don't know is that that wife of his has a lot of relatives that live in Southeast Alaska, mostly in Angon. My wife's name is Sally. His mother-in-law's name is Mary Jane Fate, and her mother is named Sally, and that's who my wife was named after. His wife is my wife's cousin. We don't use that as some any kind of influence. I just want to tell you that so you'll know that you're related to him somehow. All of us in Southeast Alaska. The Doyon and Athabascan people don't have a corner on that market. Would you please welcome to the stage Senator Dan Sullivan.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you, Senator Kukash, for that very revealing, I think, in some ways, introduction. I'm sure that some of you are surprised that I'm not only related to Senator Kukash, I'm related to the Lieutenant Governor. Oh, I think he just headed out here, but a lot of family members here. So I feel very honored, very, very honored to be here. I want to recognize a number of people, just of course the Governor, the Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Worrell, Edward Thomas, John Muller, Senator Kukash, so many here, and I want to, of course, recognize the Soboleff family. It's truly an honor for me to be here, and I know you hear that from politicians every time they get up to give a speech. Of course, it's truly, truly an honor. But let me tell you, this time, it's very, very sincere when I say that. I mean it with the utmost sincerity. All of us have experienced in our lives a few times, not many, when we meet someone or get to know someone and come away awed. We come away awed with the sense that this is a great person, in many ways a holy person, a person with deep wisdom and kindness and strength. And when that happens, you remember it for a lifetime. When it happens, it renews your faith in humanity. When it happens, it inspires you to be a better person. You all know that because when that happens, when you meet someone very, very special, it stays with you and it doesn't happen often. Well, it happened to me when I met Dr. Walter Soboleff. It was several years ago. I was Attorney General leading the governor's rural sub-cabinet. We had spent a lot of time, John Muller, many others, and I, in many, many different rural communities, meeting with rural leaders, Alaska Native leaders, listening. And I had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Soboleff a few times, but one particular meeting here in Juneau, August 2011. I learned so much and felt I was in the presence of someone with such deep wisdom and strength and goodness that I cherish that meeting to this day. You all know his amazing life story much better than I do, but what struck me in that meeting about Dr. Soboleff was his emphasis on everybody, all of us, people of all races, people of all creeds, working together. What a great legacy. He also emphasized learning from each other. Here's a quote from that meeting that I was honored to be part of several years ago from Dr. Soboleff. Quote, "As a fellow who lives in two worlds, the native culture of Alaska and the Western culture, I choose the best of each culture." Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he said, "That's why I live so long." As a learned man, I know that he was inspired by greats of our nation, native and non-native, who fought for peace and justice just as he did. One of these greats was Abraham Lincoln. And I heard that Dr. Soboleff found so much wisdom in the Gettysburg Address that he learned to recite it in Tlingit. That address, of course, was about bringing the country together, just as Dr. Soboleff spent his life bringing people together. And he continues to do so through this building. He was a man for the ages, and this is a building for the ages. Let me conclude by mentioning one other reason why I'm so honored to speak here. Last year, another event happened to me with the Soboleff family that I will remember for the rest of my life. The honor of becoming a member of A&B Camp 76, the same camp as Dr. Soboleff and his family. To Sasha and other members of the family, I can only say thank you for that honor. It was like becoming a U.S. Marine all over again. And thank you for letting Alaska, the country, and the world be so inspired by your father. For all of those who made this great day happen, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Senator, and really appreciate you being here. Really do. Yeah, thank you. One of the heroes in my life was somebody we don't recognize very much. For some reason in our history, we hear the name William Paul and a lot of people shudder for some reason. This guy was amazing. He was one of the first Tlingit people to practice law in Alaska, and we somehow forgot him. We forgot him in our archive. I saw him one time at A&B convention. I never met him, but I saw him. My father took me to the A&B convention in Wrangell, and I saw him, and I was amazed by him. And I'm really happy that Sealaska Heritage decided to name the Archive Center after him. I'm really, really happy about that because he's somebody in the history book that somebody's going to write a history book of the Native people, and William Paul is going to have a chapter all to himself. I want to introduce Rosita World to come up to talk about William Paul and to introduce Ben Paul, who will be speaking on the family behalf. Rosita?
Thank you, Albert. I don't know if you know that often Albert and I have little misunderstandings and disputes. Well, we just had one because I wanted to introduce Ben Paul, and he said, no, I'm going to introduce Ben Paul because I want to talk about William Paul. He won. He got to talk first. But I want to tell you that William Paul is a very significant person in our Alaska Native history, in Alaska history. And maybe it was because he was a controversial person that we don't know a lot about him. But thanks to our Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees decided that we would honor this great man who we call the father of Alaska Native land claims. He is the first person that really said that we need to fight for our land. I know he gives credit to the Tsimshian, Peter Simpson, who asked William Paul, whose land is this? Whose land is it? And William Paul said, it's our land. And Peter Simpson said to William, then fight for it. And William Paul fought for our land. And today we can celebrate that our Aboriginal land rights were recognized. He was the first person that went to the Supreme Court, all the way to the Supreme Court, trying to fight for the recognition of clan ownership of land. In Southeast Alaska, our land was owned by clans, and they still recognized ownership and a very special relationship to their lands. But the court and the United States government would not allow clans to be the rightful owners or to go and take that legal battle forward. So we had to organize, and we organized first under the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood. In 1929, the ANB adopted a resolution saying that we are going to fight for our land. And then the courts would not allow the ANB to take the land claims forward because we had a mixed membership, because we believed in equality, and we had non-natives who were members of the ANB and ANS. So we formed the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indians. And from that, we took our land claims forward. And I really want to also acknowledge that it was other Alaska Natives who brought us into the statewide land claims. I want to recognize a very formidable warrior, Etuk, who just left us, Charlie Edwardson. He was a student of William Paul. And Etuk was a great warrior for us, and I'm really sorry that he had to leave us. But I also say it was great that he did leave us on the sea ice, because he also brought a case before the courts claiming that the Inupiat people own the land offshore, up to 75 miles. So I'm very proud that our Board of Trustees elected to name our archives the William L. Paul Sr. Archives. And it is my pleasure to introduce to you his grandson, Ben Paul. Ben?
Joining me today are some Paul family members and Teton members. I want to especially recognize Deborah O'Gara, our custodian of our Teton Raven Hat, and Mike Hoyt, who is holding, I think, the most beautiful, in my opinion, the most beautiful raven I have ever seen. And did you know that it was actually a Tsimshian hat? That Tsimshian connection, that Peter Simpson connection, goes back further than that. The hat was first obtained from the Tsimshian as a peace offering to the Teton. And it was accepted by the Teton, and peace was obtained. The Paul family and the Teton, we are very pleased with the naming of this building. Walter Soboleff, a Christian man of faith, a man of peace. He was your pastor, as one of the Soboleffs said earlier. The Teton and the Paul family are also very pleased with the naming of the archive after Grandpa, Shakwindi, William Lewis Paul. He was not your pastor. He was a lawyer. He was a warrior with words. That's what a lawyer is. And naming, we think it's very appropriate that the archive be named after him, because that's what lawyers do. They collect evidence so that when the time comes, when the appointed time comes, the truth can be known. I was just listening. I think I hear him. Thank you. Konuşçiş.
I want to acknowledge Larry Cooper from the North Rim Bank and their contribution to the building. I don't see him. Wave if you're here, Larry. Oh, there he is. Hey, thank you. Good to see you again. Welcome back to Juneau. I'm going to ask Rosita World to come up to introduce and acknowledge the artist that had a contribution to this building. Rosita? And will the Kaajaakwtí please get ready to lead us to the docks after Rosita's done?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Rasmussen Foundation for honoring our two great artists, Dolores Churchill. Dolores Churchill, where are you, Dolores? Dolores is significant in our artwork. I mean, we almost lost spruce root basketry, but for her. She went into one of our communities, Huna, and she reintroduced spruce root basketry weaving there. And today we have 20 women who have relearned the art of spruce root basketry. There are many, many other things that Dolores has done, and we're so very proud of you, and we're so happy that our future artists, our emerging artists, are going to be able to do their artist in residency in the room named after you. Thank you for all that you've done for us. Dolores Churchill. Thank you. And to Nathan Jackson, Kaajaakwtí. We're so proud of you. Thank you, Nathan, for all of the work that you've done. Thanks to you, our art is all over the country, from the Smithsonian to the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. Everywhere you go, you will see, even Japan, you will see Nathan's work. And his work is going to live on because he's mentored so many of our artists today, and still continues to do his work. So we're very happy that we you'll have the Nathan Jackson Gallery. Thank you for all of the work that you've done. Although it is said that we don't have a word for art or artists in our native languages, this is not to say that we don't have an appreciation for art. This is certainly evidenced not only by the Walter Soboleff Building itself, but by the fact that collections of our art, or as atu, as we, or sacred clan objects, are held by museums all throughout the nation and world. We commissioned artists to make Yéil regalia and objects under strict rules, and we had a series of rituals for each phase in the making of an object. For example, I, as an eagle, would commission a raven, usually someone who is interrelated to us through marriage. However, we prized art and artists, as was evident in the practice, that should we want a desired artist, and he was not the right moiety, we had the right moiety serve as a proxy artist, as if he or she were making that commissioned object. We also appreciated art across tribal boundaries. You just saw the Teton hat that was made by a Tsimshian artist for the Teton clan. For example, the Tlingit might commission a Haida for their canoes or totem poles, and we see that at the Kaajaakwtí, for which they are known. Or Tsimshians, who are recognized for their exquisite art on bentwood boxes, house fronts, screens, and posts. That many of the significant pieces in a number of our Tlingit villages and clan houses were commissioned Tsimshian and Haida artists is testimony to this practice and our appreciation of art. We felt that the Walter Soboleff Building should pay tribute to our art and our rich heritage. We wanted monumental art reflecting our three nations, the Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian. We also wanted to acknowledge the innovations our artists have made, and thus we put out a request for a proposal for a glass screen. Our Native Artists Committee, and we're really proud that our Native Artists Committee that works with us are comprised of many of our finest and artists and master artists. They suggested that the two external 40-foot panels should be made of metal to ensure their longevity. As we hoped, we secured the top master artists representing all three cultural groups. And today, I would like to pay special tribute to these gifted artists who are also paving the way for our emerging artists. Robert Davidson. Robert, if you would stand. Internationally celebrated Haida master artist Robert Davidson. Robert designed the two 40-foot panels flanking our building's main door. It is based on his original painting, Greatest Echo, which he donated to our recent Tana art auction to raise funds for the building. He dedicated this work to Dr. Soboleff, whom he felt echoed the past to bring it to the future. Robert's art is in the collection of many major national and international museums. He is well known for his modern, traditionally inspired Northwest Coast art. Robert has graciously served as our lead juror in SHI's biannual juried art show and competition. From his observation, we initiated the form line classes that we sponsor throughout Southeast Alaska. Visitors to celebration also eagerly await for his dance group performances, since they perform using his magnificent mask, hats, and regalia, and giving further inspiration to our budding artists. Robert, we thank you so much for all your contributions and making this building so monumentally spectacular. David Boxley. David Boxley, would you please stand? Lots of fans, David. David is an internationally recognized Tsimshian master artist. He has carved over 70 totem poles that are now housed in museums across the nation. He made the carved and painted clan house front that you will see as you enter the building. I have said, and I'm absolutely certain, that this piece is going to be recognized as one of the finest examples of Northwest Coast art. Not only is it painted, it's carved, and it's the largest house front that we know of. And I think you've made us all proud by this great artwork that you've bestowed for us. This house front is almost 40 feet wide by 15 feet high. And as I said, it's the largest carved and painted house front in the world. I also know that he's a great teacher. He is committed to teaching our future generations of artists. And I know that we have some of his students' work in the clan house, and you'll be able to see not only his work in there, but some of his students as well. I think it's Allison Bremner has her rattle in there. Preston Singletary. Preston, would you please stand? Preston is Tlingit of the Kaajaakwtí clan. I know the Kaajaakwtí's are so proud of Preston. Preston has been a trailblazer in the integration of Northwest Coast art and glass. He is internationally celebrated for his innovation creations. Preston's glass screen in the building is the largest glass screen in the world, measuring 17 feet wide by 12 feet high. This screen will be flanked by an eagle and raven warrior. And I invite you to see more of his work that we will be showing and selling in our Sealaska Heritage retail store. So we're really proud that Preston has taken not only our traditional art and bringing it forward, but he's also moved forward in incorporating and using new media, and thank you for continuing to help us evolve our Northwest Coast art. Thank you very much, Preston. Steve Brown. Steve Brown, would you please stand? Now, Steve Brown is well known to us all across Southeast Alaska. I know the Wrangell people have a very special love for all the work that Steve has done on their chief shakes. Steve is an art historian and author. Steve also serves on the Institute's Native Artist Committee. He designed the form line designs on the building glass awning. And I think you'll be able to see them once the sun starts reflecting on it, and you'll see the shadows of his form line. Steve has authored several books on Northwest Coast art, and his scholarship has provided important insight on the origin and evolution of Northwest Coast art. He has taught many of our form line art classes and continues to assist us in many of our programmatic areas. Thank you very much, Steve, for all the work you've done. I don't know if Robert Davis Hoffman is here. Is Robert here? Robert, who is Tlingit, is acclaimed not only for his art, but for his work as a poet. He designed the raven and eagle featured on the door in the exhibit area. Robert has also designed many of our biennial celebration logos and other logos on different SHI, for other SHI programs. And now for our very special guest, Bill Home. Bill Home. Bill Home. There he is. Bill Home. We are so pleased and honored to have with us today Bill Home. He is an artist, but perhaps more significantly, he has been a teacher to many of our most celebrated Northwest Coast master artists. If artists were not fortunate fortunate enough to have studied under him, they more than likely will have learned from his text on the analysis of Northwest Coast art and form line. We wanted him to be here today to celebrate this great day of art and artists. We also wanted to thank him for his lasting contributions, and I want to say lasting contributions to Northwest Coast art. Thank you, Bill, for helping us. Thank you. I'm glad you and your wife were able to join us. Although they are not artists per se, they in fact designed and constructed a work of art known as the Walter Soboleff Building. I would like to acknowledge Paul Volker and his conscientious staff of MRV, and if they would stand. And also Pete Dawson, Les Hostler, and their staff, many of whom were our tribal members of Dawson Construction. Where are you, Dawson Construction? There they are. Thank you, Dawson. I'll give you a reference anytime. Anytime you need a reference, SHI will be glad to give MRV and Dawson Construction a great reference. Thank you for making such a beautiful building for us. Yes, and where is Wayne? Wayne Price. Wayne, I know has been busy. Oh, there he is. Hoo-ha. Wayne Price. Wayne Price is the artist who adds all inside of the clan house, out on the house front. He adds over a period of 4 months, he adds almost 1 million ads, pieces of ads. This is what we listen to. And he did that for 4 months, 1 million times. Wayne, you are going to be living in this building forever. Thank you, Wayne, for making our building so beautiful. Please join me in thanking all of these great artists as they did a superb job and shared with us our hopes and dreams of making the Walter Soboleff Building a work of art unto itself. Goodness.
Swin Hawkinson. That gentleman right there with the camera, one of the best known people in Alaska, was recognized nationwide for his work in the Kodiak Museum and the work he's done, and he's on the First Alaskans board. Would you please welcome him, Southeast Alaska? He's a great individual, and you need to get to know him. Swin Hawkinson Jr. Thank you very much for being here. Well, she's getting this material out. Would you please join me to welcome a very special guest from our cousins in the interior of Alaska, from Teslin. Bessie Cooley is here. You've been probably seeing this young lady sitting next to us all day today. Wonderful young lady. She's done a lot of work in curriculum. She's volunteered hours and hours of work on language. She is one of our strongest supporters of Southeast Alaska for this building and for our language and our culture. And she's a wonderful volunteer. Doesn't expect to get paid. Comes here on her own. Comes all the way from Teslin all the time just to be with us. We're really grateful to have her with us. Thank you. Just a little short little thing.
Sure. Yéil Tsimshian itach the Katiwan. Tlachmasach Good afternoon, everyone, and how I appreciate being here. Ayahawe Haayukatangi Yéil. It is true that I am working with our language. Ajaya Yan Yéil Kaajaakwtí Dr Takat Gang Sa Akai Akyu Katangi Sa Yeha. It's true that I am working with our language, and which is why when I'm invited to say something, it's always in my language first. Khatuai is how you katangi say yeha aka awachla janana khatna teach too. And when I get nervous, I just switch to my own language and then I settle down. Aktwasigu ye yekaihokai ye achoni plach achoni kadano ye dati in Kaajaakwtí. And I would like to say that Walter was a very good friend of mine. Ajaya Yéil Aktwasigu ye Yayakwai were Honi Duyetki Yada has Khatini, which is why I would like to say that I so much appreciate seeing my friends, family here. Haa Shuká Khatiti Achoni Oye Yedati Yiish Achoni Setich. They are my friends because their father was my friend too. So, your father was my teacher too, my mentor. So, gonna cheers yexitini, take two dach aktuiak. Good day over you katay. And I said, okay. They say that's enough now, so good. Then cheese.
We're going to, at this point in the agenda, we're going to transition to the CBJ Marine Park float for the canoe welcome. And Wayne Price and the North Tide Canoe Kwan paddled from Chilkoot and Chilkat country. They departed from Haines on Sunday, May 10th. To Juneau, they will be wearing purple armbands, the color for domestic violence awareness, because they dedicate their paddling journey from Haines to Juneau to stop domestic violence. The North Tide Canoe Kwan is escorting representatives from the Haida and Tsimshian nations. The canoes will be met at the CBJ Marine Park. Float will be welcomed ashore by clan representatives from the Wushkitan, Yéil clans. Following the canoe welcoming ceremony, there will be 4 dance group performances in the Marine Park. Children of All Nations, Tlingit Culture, Language, and Literacy, led by Jessica Chester. Lyle James group will be there, and finally the Githon and Tsimshian dancers, David Buckley's group, will be there. So those 4 dance groups will be dancing in the Marine Park. The Kaajaakwtí lead dance groups and canoe from Dock to Walter Soboleff Building right now will come back here about 2 o'clock. To reconvene. So Kaajaakwtí will follow you down. And those artists who were introduced earlier, you should come up here so we can get you on TV. Got a beautiful camera here. They can't see you when you got introduced, so walk by the camera for us, please. See you at 2 o'clock.
This program is made possible with funding by Sealaska Heritage Institute.
Yeah, I know. You can see a corner of them. I know.
Welcoming and their response.
Kaajaakwtí on Yatkusani. Kaajaakwtí. Aatliitko haskahtuuti. Aatliitko haskahtuuti. Iituvuutlatiin. Iituvuutlatiin. Kaajaakwtí. Anticlimactic, Yan tutani, you touch you. Utun the tani. Kadenyan yitan.
Yewe.
Please go out, Siaya. Noch tuti.
Should I get Nathan?
Achkawa kading. Sito chan xetiha. Yewa ikautunik no chkaha chkakao.
Ayachawa.
Kading yitan. Itutan. Itun the tani. Please go out, koch tuti achkawa. Suye hasen Keynote. Kaajaakwtí. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Kaajaakwtí.
Kaskashu! Hui! Kaskashu! Hui! Kaskashu! Hui! Kaskashu! Hui!
Support Hadas is Egypt, Heidelberg.
Purpose for coming here today. The grand opening of the Walter Soboleff Center. We bring with us a message of sobriety and domestic violence awareness. Good on the shore.
What do we hear on the water? What do we hear on the water?
Haa Shuká tuach. Haa Shuká tuach. Haa Kaajaakwtí Yéil. Ewe.
they could pull the canoe up.
Pick the canoe up.
Over there. Corners.
Here.
Get a picture.
How far behind? Okay. Diane?
Hey, somebody take a picture.
Really?
I'm gonna get this. Nathan donated the log.
Thank you.
It was a good log. Man, it made a beautiful boat. Yeah.
with that one.
Are you from Metlakatla?
Yeah.
Gidhod, the way to Hukmilbaba. We are the Gidhod. Nice to see the Sealaska and the Moiety. Thank you to Sealaska for inviting us. This dance is the chief's headdress, very old. It's written down to show you there's good feeling between the Tsimshian, the Tlingit, and the Haida. Thank you all very much. We're very humbled and grateful to be here to support the opening of that beautiful cultural center. I had a conversation with Walter Soboleff the very first time I came to Celebration in 1998. He came and pulled me over, grabbed me by the hand, and whispered some really good things in my ear. I never forgot that. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to be a part of all of this. Thank you, Sealaska. Thank you very much. This song that you're going to see now was written by Alison Bremner. She's a Tlingit from Yakutat. This song honors the people of this land, the Akwon, and all the Tlingit people who are our hosts.
chief of the Haida, right? For Walter. We're hurrying. As you can see, we're talking as little as possible. Two more songs. The next song is called A Woman's Dance. We have 3 of our 7 women here. They're great dancers. This honors also the land, clears the space, makes it a happy place. You're honoring the ancestors, preparing the way for the next generation like this. Pretty marvelous. Good one.
Anyat Asani! Anyat Asani! Slide it! Get Chicken Banana! Kawa! Kaajaakwtí! You are born in Honey! Kadala Isis! At Anna is at the good night lagen! Yak Eyas van Kenny Takatihan! Uchi Hanusa! Tekat aan Panda! Take it! Tekat aan Yat Wa! Sing it! Tsimshian! Haida! Tekat aan Panda! We are the Wushin dancers. We come from many parts of the land. Or more than just sing it in our dance group. We have Haida, Tsimshian, Aliu, Yupet. This song we're going to sing is a song that was composed by my wife, who's singing them in South Kaajaakwtí. She is son Hada Hadi. And Gilan Ganhara from Metlakatla. This is our tide song with new things that come to our communities, much like the building, Walter Soboleff Building. It's going to empower all of us, no matter what territory we come from. We are all one people of the land. And when we work together, we will never have to apologize for anything. But we get to enjoy and embrace everything that is ours. Our way of life, our way of thinking, our languages. Wushin Aduasak, Haa Shuká, Lekanainakan, Acknowledgments,
Hi, I got a picture of the raven sitting on you. I want to give it to the newspaper, so I'm going to have your name. Take a newspaper. Are you from Juneau? Kuna. Yep, that was the raven that sat on you.
to sing and dance for you at this time. Now we're going to get ready to go back to the hall. If we can have all the dance groups line up to what we've just performed. Ah, can we have cheese? Oh, it's so beautiful. Full team behind the canoe!
Are you
Yeah, get back to the game.
This next song is going to be a fast men song. Don't be afraid to dance all over. Let the lady bring it down.
Akikos! Akan, iyan! Itakot auf den Ton! Akan ko ng cheese! Shawat ko akan, kasiyaya! Di payah kan! Itakot! Pahas! Iyan ay check! Shawat ko akan, ayakap! Shawat ko akan, ayakap!
Test.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Welcome back to our grand opening celebration. We're going to be starting the traditional ceremony at 2 o'clock, but we'll have our dancers do a few more dances. But before they do that, I'd like to invite Wayne Price. Wayne Price, who was the person who did all the adzing and also brought the canoe from Haynes. I'd like to have him say a few words. Wayne Price.
Goodness cheese. North Tide in the house. Hoo-ha! You all know my name. I want to tell you a recent story. A journey. Right there, like that. Okay. A journey that included my North Tide, all my crew that we took from Haynes, Chilkoot, Chilkat country to here. We paddled this dugout named Jibba. We paddled it in 3 days. We did almost 100 miles. Our ancestors were sailors. As you can see, we have a mast, we have a sail. We were sailing in 4-foot seas with white caps, and our dugout never took one drop. It was perfect. Our people come from the ocean. We should get back to the ocean. The more we get back to the ocean, we will find our way. As you can see on my arm, I'm wearing a purple band. All of us wear these purple bands to bring awareness to domestic violence in the state of Alaska. We dedicate our whole journey from Haynes, Chilkoot, to Chilkat, to Juneau, and our journey back to the awareness of domestic violence. Let's stop a bad crime. We also dedicate our journey to well-variety, healthy lifestyle, living free, living in the right mind. It's the only way to go.
Hoo-ha! 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 Hoo-ha!
It feels good to be a good warrior. I just wanted to bring awareness to our cause, our journey, what we are doing, what we stand for. We're always glad to have you join us. You have to make your own paddle, and you get your North Tide hoodie after you complete a journey, and you want to live a healthy lifestyle all the time you're doing work with the dugout. So I'm very glad and honored to be here. I did all the ads work that you're going to see inside the Walter Soboleff Building. They told me it was almost 1 million chips.
We also have these seats reserved for our speakers.
One hand.
Okay.
So Gunas Cheesh, I'm very glad to be here. I'm very honored to be here. This completes a circle of a large journey that I've started a long time ago to be here at this moment. And it's very good to be a native today. Give yourself a round. All right. I want to honor my 6 men that did this journey with us. And we're going to turn it around and we're going to sail it and paddle it all the way back. Raise your arms, man. Turn around. Let them know who you are. All right. Gunas Cheesh.
This program is made possible with funding by Sealaska Heritage Institute.
Okay, we're going to have the Haidas sing a song for the Tlingit. Where are those Haidas that are going to sing the song for the Tlingit? I know there's a few Haidas here. Gusawe Dekina. Now you have to sing one for the Tsimshians. Haida, sing to the Tsimshians.
Hey,
Anishinaabe Haidas. And so now if we could have the Kaajaakwtí do the exit song and lead our canoe people out, we'll begin the ceremony at 2 o'clock. So, Kaajaakwtí.
If any of you guys parked in a parking garage entrance, pickup truck and SUV, the tow truck is on the way, so you might want to go check on that. They're blocking the in basement entrance for the parking.
This program is made possible with funding by Sealaska Heritage Institute.
Okay, everybody, we're supposed to start at 2 o'clock. It's 2 minutes to 2, so put your clock 2 minutes forward to 2 o'clock. I'd like to call Phil Campbell from the Northern Lights United Church Ministry to do the opening prayer for us.
Good afternoon. On this beautiful day, I am humbled to be here. I am grateful to be here, to have the privilege to be here in the land of the Akwán and to be present with you. I confess, however, that my joy is tinged with sorrow, for as we gather, we know that there is much that has been wrongly done in the name of Christianity, decimation of culture and destruction of people and disrespect of native ways. And so I'm here to repent and be sorrowful for these things, even as I am here to express the joy and wonder and possibility of a future together. Dr. Soboleff, in whose name this building is designated, was one who remarkably saw and transcended the differences and was able to see the essential unity of love and compassion and peace and wisdom and beauty in all traditions, so much so that he saw no contradiction between his vocation as a pastor and his identity as Tlingit. And in his spirit and in the spirit of all that is holy, I invite you to be with me in prayer. Creator of all and author of beauty, wonder, and wisdom, I ask that you be here with us this day as we say Gunas Cheese, as we give thanks for the privilege of gathering here. Give thanks for Sealaska and Sealaska Heritage Institute and so many throughout the community that support this great gathering. We gather here on this day that you have made. Yayagiyi ha'ankawuk wukliek, tuwuk sagu hajiks naksati. Yes, we have gathered to rejoice in this day and to say Gunas Cheese for this magnificent building and for all the amazing things that will happen in it. May it be a place of inquiry, learning, and coming together. May it also be a place, hatu wunagu yis, a place for the healing of the Spirit. For there is much to heal and there is much to be done, even as there is much to celebrate, enjoy, and explore. And this is a place where it all can happen, learning from the rich heritage of this and its people, this land and its people, blending traditional knowledge with the challenges and opportunities of the present day. Oh God, all this and so much more make this facility a fitting tribute to the Reverend Dr. Walter Soboleff Sr. We are so grateful for all that he did and all that he was as scholar, advocate, pastor, father, elder, and friend. Oh, you whom we know by many names, bless this time we share. fill it with reverence, awe, inspiration, and hope. May it be so. Amen.
It takes a special person to be able to give those kinds of prayers. But since we're here with Walter today, I want to tell you a true story about Walter. Dr. Soboleff, as many of you know, was a diehard Republican. A Republican. Bill Thomas is the only Republican among us all Democrats. But I want to tell you a story about Dr. Soboleff. When Tony Knowles got elected as governor of Alaska, my wife and I are good Democrats, so we got invited to the inauguration in Juneau here. So we left Angon, we came into Juneau. We walk into Centennial Hall, and the first person I see on the stage is Dr. Walter Soboleff. So we get in, we get our chair, and I walk up to the stage, and I said, Walter, he's my uncle, I could talk to him like that. I called him Walter. Walter, what are you doing here? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, this is a meeting of Democrats. We elected a Democratic governor, so us Democrats are getting together. You're a Republican. What are you doing here? He said, the governor invited me. I said, does the governor know you're a Republican? He said, yeah. But I guess he looked all over Alaska for a Democrat that could pray and couldn't find one, so he asked me to come. That is a true story. We're going to move into the traditional ceremony this afternoon, and the traditional ceremony will start with comments from ceremonial spokespersons representing their clans. So again, I'd like to ask Sorrel Goodwin and Rosa Miller to come forward to speak on behalf of their clan. And if I don't see Sorrel here, but Rosa is here, and she'll be speaking on behalf of her clan.
Good afternoon. I'm going to let my daughter speak in my behalf. She's my spokesperson.
Mom. I would just like to say that this day has been one fantastic day. The weather cooperated. We had the eagles fly over us, which is a blessing. And then with all these beautiful people that are here for this special, glorious occasion, the dedication of the grand opening, the Walter Soboleff Building. And thank you for inviting us to come up here to speak.
Our next speaker is the head of the Linedi Central House, Angon. It's appropriate that we have our grandchild, who is a grandchild of the Deshitan. I'm speaking for my older brother, Garfield, who's a speaker for Deshitan. Konoktan.
Since I can't introduce myself in our culture, we have to do this. And then when so many people have died in our culture at home, I can't speak unless I ask for a waiver of the floor, so to speak. I can't put on my blanket, I can't put on my hat, I can't talk about the Deshitan or the Linedi. So I'm going to ask my other brother from another mother, I need help. Wa Kaajaakwtí Dr.
Helwasote, Haida Tane. Ye, that's Han, that's Han, however, has to eat Hatan has to cheese, you Hatan gonna cheese.
Okay, we busted up the rules on the floor. Now I can speak, not about myself, but only the clan. Now I can put on my blanket. In our culture, it's not appropriate to talk about yourself because as a housemaster, you do not belong to yourself anymore. Atiyaiki Atlingul Shisha Hatiate Yaiki Atlenatea Yahitlain Atlenatea Gulchisha Hatiate Yaya. And I can't just be here by myself. There's a balance still in the house. So our Natla of the dog Salmon will speak.
In the first place, I'm from Angon, the dog salmon house. My Walter's grandmother and my grandmother, they were sisters. And I'm happy to be here for this occasion. I just want to thank each one. I'd like to say to Walter's kids that their dad really carried the word of God. He never put his cross down. He carried it all the way. And to show the people that there is a God. And I thank the Lord that for his children. I just, for a while, I thought I wasn't going to make it to come. I was feeling bad at home that I wasn't going to make it. And Maxine came and said she'll pay my way. So I'm here and I want to thank her for that. There's, Walter was a true Christian. That one time I first gave my heart to the Lord, I was telling somebody about it and somebody said, Walter's the only true Christian. I praise the Lord for the life that he lived. And I thank God for his family. And I'd like to sing Amazing Grace in Tlingit for his sons and their daughter, the daughter. If I can make it. Du sechach ishadet achta Tuati Khudha Khagudin Aqa Khadwasinech Aqatin Achjid Awati. That's the life that Walter lived. He showed everybody just that, how much he loved people. And I praise God for him. And I'm glad to meet his family. I haven't seen them all so long. I always forget names, and I just thank the Lord that I'm here. It's amazing how God works, because I thought I wasn't going to make it to come. But I know it was God's will that I came, because before we came, we were excited. You just could feel the excitement in the air. Even my husband felt it. And I thank God that I'm here for this celebration. It's beautiful out. I thank God for the family.
Thank you very much for those words. We'd like to ask Ken Grant from the Ducktain Town to come forward, please.
Thank you, noble people. Honorable guests, contributors to this building. Gunashish Dekina. Thank you, Haidas. Gunashish Utskhan. Thank you, Tsimshians. Gunashish Stakat Johan Tlingit. Take Kanu Kate. Take Kanu Kate. One eagle, one raven. Gulachish Iyao Tulqaini. Yatatya yes. Thank you that we can look at your faces for this event. Deja Hajik Taden Yana Tidi Aya Hakusti. The waves, the forces washing on our people, washing on our culture, nearly eliminating our language, losing sight of our cultural traditions. Anakhadazuanak, Anakhadazuanak, Sealaska, Sealaska. Our grandparents, our ancestors, Sealaska came along and is carrying this spirit forward. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Kaajaakwtí Dr. It is our wish, it is our wish that the Sealaska would turn our culture into the waves. Jalhajidach anatakche. Jalhajidach anatakche. Before our culture sinks. And this is what we see behind us here. This building, Walter Soboleff Building. This will be a bridge for all our grandchildren, forever and ever, to learn their culture, to learn their language, to learn their values of our ancestors. And I believe our Haida friends, our families, our Tsimshians share the same values. We know that our language is hurting, and I'm sure that what's going to go on in this building will bring back the language. Yeah. Gulachish, Hawa, Doixism. Yeah, Gulachish.
I'd like to next call up Alfred McKinley and Mike Tagabang from the Wushkitan clan to speak.
For those ravens that have set bad words to advance our people, our culture, in the Soboleff Building, we especially thank Sealaska for the work well done. And all our people that's here, our people will use the building. Our children will use the building to advance their culture. And the Soboleff Building very much. First of all, I'd introduce myself this morning. My ticket name is Haa, and my uncle's ticket name that was given to me in Angon, George Jim, was King Hook. And my English name was given to me by my dad. He named me after Dr. Al Woodbark. And I thank you very much. Now I'll sort of bow to my nephew, Mike.
Goodness, Uncle. Anyakusani, Goodness, for being here one more time, for more, that we need to feel the love that comes from all of our hearts combined together for one goal, as Walter went for one goal to us to love one another. That was the purpose that I saw in his stories to me. And I want to share a real fast one. One year, I think I was a officer in the Lions Club, and it was Walter's birthday. We were having a meeting. And I don't see Officer Jennings here anymore, so I can tell this story so he won't get too mad at me. But I had the ice cream for dessert, for Walter's dessert, on that luncheon day. And I'm running to work as fast as I can in my car at about 85 miles an hour, going down Egan Drive. And Officer Jennings is off to the side of the road, and he stopped somebody for doing the same thing I did. I don't know if he wrote that person a ticket, but he got after me real quick. And he pulled me over by Vanderbilt Light. And as he got up to me, he saw who was there, and he says, "Oh, for goodness sakes, what are you doing?" And I said, "It's Uncle Walter's birthday, and I've got the ice cream, and it's melting. I got to go." I got to go to the luncheon, and I didn't get a ticket. When I was growing up here in the village in my grandmother's house, I remember seeing Grandma working all the time. Moccasins, blankets, vests. My uncle's working, carving. My auntie's house was the same thing. This is what this house represents. This is where the stories will be told, as they were told in our homes. This is where the food will be shared as it's shared in our homes. This is where prayers will be offered as they are offered in our homes. I can see nothing but love coming from this house. Nothing but love. And that's what Walter had for each and every one of us, was love. His greatest message was to love one another as we love ourselves. That is the greatest lesson I learned from Walter. Gunashish, welcome to our house. Gunashish.
Thank you. I'm going to ask David Kaajaakwtí Dr to come to the podium to address you. David?
Kaajaakwtí Gunalchish Ade Sechwa Achiyat Yatsantike. Most noble, very, very precious children of the earth, it is good to hear your voices flowing over the land of your ancestors. Gunalchisha, Gunalchisha, Yéil awehas yanakate in Kaajaakwtí. This is what the ancient ones would say. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. And the reason they would be saying that was because they knew how valuable life really is. Look at how the weather is. Can you feel the wind that's blowing on you right now? May it be the wind of good fortune to my father's people. The Kaajaakwtí, the Taquaneti, the Kaajaakwtí. May it be good fortune, the wind blowing upon you, blessing upon blessing. Can you feel the wind my grandfather's people, the Kaajaakwtí. May it blow into your spirit a spirit of joy, a spirit of peace, a spirit of harmony, and a spirit of prosperity. Tuga Ianuk, Yakagan, Haakaajaakwtí. Can you feel, can you sense the sunlight and the warmth that is coming down upon you right now? May that sunlight that is coming down like the wind that is blowing be there to warm your spirit, to give you courage, to help you for all that you've done in your family. Please claim the Kaajaakwtí. Please claim. Ya Canadian is what the elder would say a long time ago. The biggest tides are coming in right now. Ya Canadian Hakade. Tlingit. Hayukatangi. Hakustiyi. Hakunuku. Hakashiki. Hakach Ya Canadian. Gunashish Deshitan. Aksani has Akad has. Ye awachtun the Tani Yati Yayiki. Yiyanate. Tlingit Lawe. Kaajaakwtí. Please claim ya Kaajaakwtí. Ya Hahu. Ye Yuti Ye. Gunashish Sakta Kanuku. Kicks Adi. Ho ho. Ho ho. Ye Idaya Saka. Ya Tutat Awe. Yes. Kaajaakwtí. Ya the kid with the keen hawking out. Where at was up Quasitin. Ach tu chaos go at that. Joya Tlingit. Tu Wusago. Aware Hasayatin. Achawaya Ankak. At us with the king. Ye away at tea. Clenati. Gonna sheesh. Ye away wooty. Ya yiki ye. Ya hit dog. Yan would two knock. They woostin. Yan would two knock. Even as the raven and the eagle was flying high above us, it was as if the spirit of the Tlingit people were here to warm us, to encourage us, to acknowledge us, to recognize us. And even if these birds, these animals, and the wind and everything can recognize us as human beings, how much more we as human beings need to acknowledge each other, need to express appreciation to each other, need to hold one another up, need to compliment each other, need to say, way to go, keep it up, there's nothing you can't do. What will our children say of us? What will they say if they hear the words of encouragement? And so I thank the ravens for the words that were given. Ron Gunalshish Ken Yukatangi. All Alan for the words that you spoke very briefly and the song that was sung. So often we don't explain why we're doing what we're doing. The raven spoke here, and so I'm responding to the ravens that spoke. I'm saying thank you for being here with us. And even as Clarence Jackson is with us. And I had my leaders of our clan standing here in front of you right now. I believe there's, just one missing? But thank you very much. I spoke longer than I should. But it wasn't because I wanted to speak longer than I should. The words that I have shared with you come from my dear grandfather's clan, the Kaajaakwtí clan. If I didn't hear my grandfather speak the manner in which I've spoken this day, I would not be able to speak like that. So this is how reciprocal life is. My grandfather shared the way I spoke to you as an eagle. Now I brought it back to the ravens. Thank you.
We're going to have a thanking and feeding of the spirits of the trees, and I'll ask Ken Grant to come back up to address the spirits of the trees. Complaining about being cold. Now I'm really hot, then they light a fire next to us. You want to come up here, Ken, or you can come up here?
It is our tradition to pay our respect to all creatures. Our ancestors believed that everything had a spirit. Even the rocks, the glaciers, the mountains, all had spirits. Tundatani hastajiwu, they had feelings. So now we will pay our respects to the tree people. Askwani. 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 Hakawakan away hon. Hakawakan. Iyao tuane. Iyao tuane. Gunath chish. Askwani. Askwani. Gunath chish yo tasika. Iinahas. Hajisiwu. Iinahas. Hajisiwu. We are very grateful, tree people. We are very grateful, tree people. You gave us some of your family. Ya hitkachtu chechiya Ya Kaajaakwtí Dr. Ya. Okay, Sakudaya. Hayat Kejayasaya. Haida Kasani. Jatsech. Tree people, we want you to understand the family you gave up for this house is for our children, for our grandchildren, forever and ever. Yeah, we'll chase you to Sikha. Yeah, that. Good. Yéil. Yéil, gonna choose. Gonna choose.
Let me just explain something. The reason this particular ceremony was done here by my grandfather was because of the tree people who gave their lives for the construction of this building. And it was acknowledging the resource, the value of the resource. And he was telling the tree people how it was going to help his children and his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. And the reason I'm explaining it is sometimes we do these kind of traditions without being able to explain it. And I know my grandfather could do that, but I thought it would be appropriate for me to explain this. And then what they did here was a very powerful peace ceremony that was related to the tree people. And the woman standing in the middle of them represented the tree, is that right? No? Okay. But she did represent the tree. And it was being made, peace was being made with the tree people for the trees that had to be taken. And that's the way our people believed a long time ago, that everything had a spirit. We still believe that today. It isn't something of thousands of years ago. Everything has that spirit. Thank you very much for what you did today. Gunalchish. Very appropriate.
I thank my grandson for explaining it. When we do these traditional ceremonies, when we say something in English, kind of takes something away from it. So I thank David, my grandson, for explaining it. Gunalchish.
So I'm going to call David Katzig back up here with Paul Marks. Paul? And we're going to do the fire bowl. Is Peter McCluskey Jr. in the house. Frank, is Peter over there? Alan Zuboff might know those names. Oh, he's going to give you the dog salmon names.
He's going to give me the names, and what's that? I was just making a joke.
He's for Clarence.
I'll be with you when comes your turn. Ruth will be with me right now because she knows the Kaajaakwtí names, and we're going to be doing Gunalchish on Clarence Jackson right now. Taku. What we're about ready to do is a fire dish, and a fire dish is basically a ceremony that acknowledges those individuals in the person's specific clan who have passed away, and their names are called out as the bowl is held up, and it's appropriate for, even if a person, like I'm an eagle and Ruth is a raven, if she knows all the as many names as we could name into the fire dish, she can tell me the name, I'll say the name, and whoever the individual is that's going to take that, there need to be somebody here that's going to take this. And normally it's Tlingit Kanoe that does that. So it's going to have to be somebody of the opposite moiety, someone who is a Raven needs to come here and act as our Nakani as we do this. So is there a Raven out there who can help us do that? Okay, Paul, go ahead and come. You say the name to me, and I'll say it, and then he'll repeat it. You'll repeat the name, Paul. She's going to give me the name. I'm going to say the name. You'll repeat the name. And okay. Takuch Haida. Chutakuch Haida. Askak Haida. Kiti Shanki Haida. Wuch Katuha Haida. Dana Wu Haida. Sukis Haida. Takuch Haida. Dustin Haida. Shahihi Haida. Clarence Jackson Haida. To Clarence Jackson Haida. Raymond Peterson Haida. Stella Martin Haida. Okay. Marlene Johnson. Okay.
I should do a shock. Alan Zuboff. Gunil Chish and Yet Kusani. Kanukhatu ik eka yeta koshatu tuskenicha. Jasaktuasiku isiku wasa hatundatanik satiha ya Tlingit satiha. It is so good to look upon all your faces, and we just want you to know how we feel and that it makes us feel good in our spirit. We will now do the fire dish for Walter Soboleff. Tao Chan. Yeah, what the Saugun? Albert Cooker. Oh, okay. For Canadian. You'll give it to me.
Well, they wanted me to give this to Elizabeth. Let's one that you
I'm not. Wait.
You named it.
I'll call it out. Kitianai,
Is that good enough, Connie, to
I'm
call
gonna
the names?
I'm gonna call it.
And Paul, my son, we'll name it after, like we did Walter's.
Okay, well then I don't need the point.
Yeah. Give it to it. Teacher and I, Haga. You'll name the names. You gotta stand over here. You're not gonna do too many. Yeah. Stand over here. In the middle.
Go ahead.
Who's doing it? No, you're Kanslahash.
Kanslahash Haida.
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 Anachtal Haida.
Anachtal Haida.
Tukwashak Haida.
Tukwashak Haida.
Kaajaakwtí.
Kaajaakwtí Haida.
Anshaawatki.
Anshaawatki Haida.
Tauchan.
Tauchan Haida.
Kastar Haida.
Kastar Haida.
Yiktihin Haida.
Yiktihin Haida.
Ja, Kashaw Haida.
Kashaw Haida.
The front of the canoe. Haa Shuká. The female, the one that says the front of Kaajaakwtí Haida.
Kaajaakwtí Haida.
Kaajaakwtí Haida.
Kaajaakwtí Haida.
Walter Soboleff Building.
Tauchan Haida.
Tauchan Haida.
To Walter Soboleff Haida. To Walter Soboleff Haida.
Walter Soboleff Haida.
Tauchan Haida.
Tauchan Haida.
Yeah. Albert Kukesh. Kuchaya.
Yes, Kuu, are you ready? What's going to happen here now? And we apologize to all of you that you can't all come into the building. A certain group will go in to perform the ceremonies that have to be done inside. And they're going to be moving into the ceremony. They're going to do inside the clan house. They're going to unveil a screen. And then inside the lobby, they're going to unveil the boxy screen. And they're going to do a ceremony inside the clan house for the ceremony there. So there'll be 2 ceremonies inside. And then we'll come back outside into this outside stage to do the clan house naming ceremony. And then there'll be ceremonial transfer of clan hats SHI, and we'll have closing comments by Paul White and Ishmael Hope. And then followed by the Angon dance group to lead us all out. So what we're going to do right now is have Yes Kuu dance group perform while the ceremonial group moves inside the clan house. We have a speaker system inside, and you'll be able to hear yet, though. So Yes Kuu. Yeah. If you have a red band on your wrist, you're welcome to come inside. And we again apologize for the lack of space inside to do this.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. I am Walter Soboleff Jr., and we are the Yéil dancers. We are a multicultural, multinational dance. We have members from the Tlingit, the Haida, the Tsimshian, the Inupiaq, the Navajo, and a whole slug of other nations. I think at one point we even had an Irishman dancing with us. We are proud and honored to be here to honor my father, Gunashtish Hau'a. Next, we are going to be doing the Wushkitan love song.
Okay, we're just waiting for them to come out. I was hoping Gavin Hudson could join us,
Anybody from South Quan in here?
All right.
Table Sealaska. Kaajaakwtí Tuesday. Tuesday. Hitley. Kaajaakwtí. Haida. He tell you one more time, there's no wait.
Haa Shuká. Tlingit Te Kaajaakwtí Haida de Canoe. Kaajaakwtí. Wushkitan.
All right.
Dogwady. Takwady. Haa. Going to change for this beautiful screen that you made for us, Kaajaakwtí. Going to change us. Excuse me, I don't know your Tlingit name. Koching. Going to change. The dog salmon are the grandchildren of the Daeshitan. They came from Whitewater Bay. When they moved to Angon, one of their grandfathers, named Keynote, said that went to his brothers, Tsimshian, and said, "We're going to open up the center of Angon for our grandchildren." They now call Central House in Angon, where Walter's from. His uncles that he comes from, son of Khan is one of them. This man stands next to me. He's Yéil. Kaajaakwtí Walter. We all know how we feel about our grandchildren when we see them. We carry them, love and joy. It wasn't long ago we were saying we're losing our culture. We're losing our language. We felt like we were just going to go into the mouth of the sea monster. Today, our grandchildren are going to come to this place and look at this screen, this building. We have opened the center of Juneau, or to our children, our grandchildren, and their children, and so forth. This is going to be where they learn about our ancestors who are with us today. Can you hear our ancestors? They're with us. They're saying, look, you are not losing your culture, you are not losing your language, you're gaining. Artwork are the things that represent us. Today are now made of glass that is going to last forever. This is how I feel about our culture today, is that our culture and our language is with us forever. We're going to change to the Eagles, all of you that have showed up. the ones that are standing here, the ones that are not with us today, those are the ones that are in our hearts. Those are the people that made us who we are today. Sheesh up for all of you. Sheesh.
Preston Aksayi, Tlingit, Keynote, Coaching to a song. Kaajaakwtí Dr, Seattle Pond, and that's the extent of my brief little introduction, but I want to say that it's been an honor and I'm very humbled to be able to create this piece for the center. My family comes from Sitka, and my great-grandmother, Susie Johnson, married George Bartlett, and then she was widowed in 1919. She moved down to Seattle in 1923, so from that point forward, my whole family was living in Seattle, including my grandmother. And she, one of the last conversations I had with her before she had complications from an aneurysm was that if anyone were to look at her life's work, they'd have to look at her grandchildren. And so today that means a lot. Very strong, it gives me a sense of purpose. To be able to bring this back to the community is very much of an honor for me. Circle, because when I tried to become a glass artist, I started to look at my heritage. My great-grandmother was alive till she was 100, so we had her in our lives, and she always told us about where she came from, where we came from. And so this is definitely the biggest and most important piece I've done today. So I'd like to say Gunas Chish and thank you, Sealaska Heritage, for supporting me, kind of a newcomer, to make this piece. Gunas Chish.
One more piece an important piece that I forgot to mention. The dog salmon, before they moved to Angon from Whitewater Bay, had a dog salmon crest. And it was as long as this room would be, and it took 2 poles to hold it up. That's how much they felt about their crest. And I'm making a play to Sealaska that we get a dog salmon somewhere in here, because our grandchildren mean a lot to us, and I want to be able to see my grandchildren when I come in here, and my children to see that. Cheese. Cheese.
Kaajaakwtí Dr. Acknowledgments. Yéil Gazagu. Archival. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Just wanted to acknowledge that my mother's father was named Kuchain. It's as if my grandfather, spirit image, came forward and we could see him. That's the way our culture is in here, so it's alive within our hearts and our minds. Kindi Haa Shuká Haa Kaajaakwtí Dr. Hachkawe, Dr. Yéil, Albert Kaajaakwtí Hachkawe, Dr. Yéil. Yéil is a town which Kaajaakwtí Dr. It's a precious thing to be called that. It's a precious grandchild when they call him Kuch. Sometimes it's misinterpreted as being a slave, but he's a precious grandchild. Yéil. Just want to let you know, he's a precious grandchild when you call him Kuch. He's going to use you. Hachkawe. Yéil. He's good.
I was told about the honor of that hand up there was carved in my hand and was put up there. And I was asked to pick a grandchild, a dog salmon grandchild, to put their handprint inside mine. And the reason, just for you know, is Rosita and I, many years ago, stood in front of a hole here in this ground. And she and I said, this would be a great place to build an office for yourself and for SHI and a home for the work that SHI has to do. And we worked really hard in the legislature and in other areas of the world to raise money for this building. And the honor they gave me was because of that. And I appreciate it. I didn't know about it either. This little guy's a little bit scared. He thinks he's going to have to do something, but he doesn't know why. This little boy is my grandson. When Joey said he wants something dog salmon in his house, I don't know if this is what he meant, but this little boy is a dog salmon, and his crib is going to be here forever. Father is from Metlakatla. He's a Booth from Metlakatla. His mother is my daughter, who is Athabaskan and Tlingit. So the only thing we're not covering here today is the alley. He covers all the rest. So on behalf of my grandson, thank you for the honor.
Thank you all. There's only one.
Okay. Yeah, what was it called? Yeah, it's that. Kitchta Shia, it's snake. Take moiety, that. Take up to she, ETS. Yeah, Juneau, yeah. Give it.
Most noble, very special grandparents, the Kaajaakwtí, as well as the Captain Khan. Thank you for what you have done here this afternoon. And what we as Thunderbirds are going to do is we're going to join our hands with you as we sing our spirit song. Our spirit song is one that takes possession. And we talked about all kinds of things out there. And we're going to be taking possession of the knowledge, the wisdom, the courage, the skills, the talents, the ability, the creativity, and the imagination of all our people for the benefit of our children and our grandchildren. And thank you for allowing us to watch the placement of the young person's hand on this building here. You guys can do your I said, I'm not going to sing real long because I'm getting old. That's all right. It's okay. Let's praise the Spirit for the same Haiti. And further down Haiti, also my father's people that settled in this area here. And
This program is made possible with funding by Sealaska Heritage Institute.
Sealaska Heritage, the world, ancestral, this school, the world Zaba, Nixuga de Boa. Look at smash the way. Metlakatla, the world Waku. Lakski, the Ego. Tsimshian. And the will exit border, the will hike, as Babasum Shagau. The needs and go with the Lord, go with the Tsimshian. A Yéil Canoe. And a ancestor border. The will hike to as Babasum. A Haida. Dag system, kan niet snoezen, dat wil niet zijn, en het nog nu gewoon hou je en gewoon het op. Thank you very much to Sealaska Heritage for giving my son and I this opportunity to be a part, for the Tsimshian people to be a part of this beautiful new building. It is a great honor and shows such great respect that we are treated in this way. It'll never be forgotten by my people, and I'm hoping that the people in my village will feel it in their hearts today. Be taken back by those who are here too, to tell them what a wonderful day this has been from beginning to end. The pride of the Tlingit people and your culture and your ceremonies makes you strong. It's a good example for us who have lost so much and are trying to bring it back. I want to thank, first of all, David Robert. He is my partner. My name is on this house front, but his name is just as much on it. His skill and his generation may help make this what it is. I'm very grateful for him. We worked together putting this design together, but it was his hand that drew it. It's pretty doggone good. Before the cover was taken off, David pulled me over to him and said, "Say what you want, Dad. Don't hurry." So I'm trying not to hurry. I want to thank my son Zachary. You can see over the top here, he's tall. Prepared every board and helped us paint. I want to thank Allison Bremner. Come and stand by your brother, son. Allison Bremner. We took the turn painting, helping us paint this. I want to thank Clifton Guthrie, my nephew, who helped us carve for the last month. I want to say, before I turn this over to my son, who's going to give you the history of this, that the Tsimshian people, especially the Coast Tsimshian people, my people, were very well known for house fronts. We had totem poles, but not the big totem poles like the Haidas, because we didn't have the wood that they have over in Haida.
But our people were very well known for this type of thing. But no, I don't remember ever seeing one that was carved. Most of them were painted. So this was a huge job, 6 months, and we're very humbled. Really are very grateful. Yéil, we're fortunate to be a part of this, and we're hoping that this screen, this house front, will for years and years inspire other artists. We hope that's the case. We tried really hard to make it look like it had just been transported here out of the 1800s. We studied old pieces and looked at how they were put together. We wanted this to be transported to the modern days. I want to turn this over. To Gavamaha, to my son, who's going to tell you about the house front and a couple other things too. So thank you very much. My hat's off to you, Rosita. My hat's off to all of you at Sealaska and Sealaska Heritage. Thank you to the Tlingit people. Thank you to the Haida people. This is an amazing building. The last thing I want to say is, as we were working on this over those months, David and I would stop and just look at each other and look down at these boards. We could only work on them in my shop 5 boards at a time. There's 43 boards here. And we could work on them 5 boards at a time. And we just look at them and look at the design on the wall and go like that, you know, and then look at each other and say, wow, this once in a lifetime. And we know that, and our hearts are full today. We'll actually go on. Don't actually some funny stories.
We got to get a Japanese, we got to get a Haida. Toiseksi nösm du will koodiksi kwaas again. And then ni go with the Lord at Sealaska Heritage Institute. And a go with the Lord of Preston, Naquan, Robert Davidson. I take support again. High-ranking people, speakers for your clans, high-ranking children, thank you all for coming to see what Sealaska Heritage has done here today. Thank you for coming to see what our fellow artists have done for this building. There is a long, ancient history of my people's relationship with the Tlingit. Ancient history. Our songs still exist in your villages up and down the coast. Our art was even brought out in dance today. Your hats, your ceremonial objects, I've seen them in museums, carry a great amount of pride and humility that my father and I have been able to continue the tradition, similar to the one that continued through Peter Simpson with the founding of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, the marriage of Walter Soboleff to Stella, and us here today. This house front, we were given fairly free rein to do what we felt would well represent our people, with the one request that we represent the land, all the land of our people. The central figure is the land, this big supernatural being, and all of the little faces and we call them supernatural beings that fill it up. In our stories, there is a man named Allah. I know that the Tlingit and Haida have similar stories. It was a young man who had 3 older brothers who trained every day. But he would lay in the corner and was dirty and lazy, or so everyone thought. But at night he'd go out and train. In the middle of winter, with the north wind blowing on him, he would train. One day his father sent his brothers out. He said, "Whoever of you can tear a branch off a spruce tree
will be the one who fights for our village against all the other warriors. And none of the brothers could do it, all the ones who'd been training during the day, but the lazy one in the corner, Amala, he said, I could do it. And everyone laughed at him, and he went over and he tore the branch out of the tree. And he saw more and more power. And the supernatural being came, showed him this lake where he could dive in, and every time he came out, he was more powerful and more powerful. Eventually, all of the animals, the trees, the elements of the world found out about him and challenged him after he beat all of the human warriors he could fight. He fought the Thunderbird and won. He fought a mountain and won. After that happened, a long-lost uncle that he'd only heard of sent his the speakers for his uncle came and said, your uncle needs you. And he followed him to this village. And in the house, there was a man laying on his back with a stick on his chest. And on the stick was the world. And he was an old man, and he was ready to pass this responsibility on. But Amala became the man who holds up the earth. And this is Amala right here. At the very bottom, holding the rest of it up. On top are all the people, all of our peoples. Being that this is a Tsimshian house front, it was terribly important for us, and I'd like to thank Councilman Hudson for addressing this earlier today, and I ask all of the Tlingit and the Haida people to remember this about us in future dealings with us, that we do not have moiety, Tsimshian people. The anthropologists call it phratry, because there's 4. Even though I had to fit 2 on each side, they don't go together. There are 4 separate clans. We call them clans. The Gishpudwada, the Kilauea clan, was the original, way back before the flood. Then came the Manhada. In the killer whale's eye is a grizzly bear. That's the primary crest of the Gishpudwada. Manhada, the ray of the clan. With a frog in its eye. Frog is the secondary crest of a Manhada. Eagle clan, Lakski, my father and great-grandfather's people, with a Sitsol, a beaver, in the eyes. That is their secondary crest. Finally, my clan, the Lakibu, the wolf clan, with a black bear in its eye. Our people, especially us American Tsimshians, have been through a lot. To the point that 40 years ago, this might not have ever been possible. And we've turned it around. And it absolutely means the world to us that we can represent people of Metlakatla. I hope that whenever they come here, anyone who has ancestors who are Tsimshian, when they stand outside and see this through the windows, and they walk in and get to see it, that they're reminded of the strength that they come from. Great history. And remember our relationship with all of you. As my dad said, we will never forget this opportunity. It has been a dream of my entire life to be able to work on something like this. And to get to do it with my dad is just the greatest. So I am eternally grateful, very humble and appreciative, and we would like to sing 2 songs. We're not going to do all 4 clan songs, as we thought at first for the interest of time. The first song is my grandmother's memorial song. It's called Limna. We're going to sing both these songs first, and then we'll tell you why we picked these 2 songs at the end.
My mother was the curator of our community's museum for over 20 years. My son was looking for a memorial song for her when she passed, getting ready for her feast. And he saw a piece of handwritten prose on the wall in our sun porch at home. My mother had written, and he saw that, and we translated it into our language, and that became her memorial song.
The note said, "Notice, smile and be happy, God loves you." And so she co-wrote her song with me. My very dear friend, and he's going to introduce the next song as he wrote it.
Askem dimnaba algigam. Oh, Nan's a deportin lacha, then I'll algigam. Oh, dimulat nach nuda get, nalat home. Oh, we can speak for ourselves. Let's fill the air with our own languages. We can speak for ourselves, yes we can, so that the people can hear our own voices. Lila.
Yeah.
go will alone. We're almost finished. Thank you very much for witnessing what we have shown you. The reason that we chose those two songs, Rosita, those are the two songs for celebration. They're nice and easy.
We selected Keynote as the lead dance group for Celebration 2016 on the provision that they weren't going to
We
make
can't do.
2,000.
So the first song you heard is the entrance on the first day. And Gavin's song is going to be the exit song on the last day.
Only other thing
The only change we're going to make is a surprise for the Sealaska workers when it's their turn to come across. I'm not going to tell you what, you just have to wait and see.
The only other thing I'd like to say is there are representatives from all four of our crests here today. And if you could just raise your hand real quick. Gisbudwada. Haida. Lochski. Lochkibu. Wait, what? Little Oyaxit Newsom. Thank you very much.
Oyaxit Newsom.
Most welcome.
Sealaska, Village Archival, Village Tsimshian, your artwork, your handiwork is beautiful. Village Stakina, Haida, you want to be a with your city. We saw your handiwork to Haida. Tlingit, Isati, Chish. These are the Kaajaakwtí. You see, we have the children of the Kaajaakwtí here, the grandchildren of the Kaajaakwtí. The real young ones, their Canoe is the Kaajaakwtí. So Village Chief the Hasa to and you know, we have Kaajaakwtí in here that are also wearing frog crests. Turn around so you can see. That's because during the migration, after the flood, our Kaajaakwtí separated. Some stayed inland, some got off in Wrangell, where ours continued, and they took their crest, the Kaajaakwtí as the tribe. When we went further towards the Cake area, we took the Sakai crest as our crest. So the Hwasa Gumachishya Kaajaakwtí Hayakin, sa pasag ng sister-corp. Sayagakashia.
I want to thank you for inviting Kaajaakwtí. I wanted to say to Sealaska, every year, every 2 years, I look forward to dancing. And that's where it remains. I always see the same faces. And I want to thank Sealaska for inviting me. I won't come there. I want to thank Yéil. Your words not too many of us speak like you do. And you really put the words out there. And I want to thank you for your speech. We're going to sing chunks out and ladies up front. Walter Soboleff. I don't know if there's any workers here or not, but we did a superb job on the finished work. I want to thank Rosita, for all the work that you've done, and Raven, couldn't build a place for that individual. Could not build a place as Metlakatla. And when I walked into this place, I'll always remember Metlakatla.
Goodness, cheese.
So I want to thank Rosita for involvement. why you come on together. Sheesh. Oh.
Now, if we'll move outside, then we're going to do the clan house naming ceremony.
This program is made possible with funding by Sealaska Heritage Institute.
Hello. Okay, I'm going to ask, because we're going to do the clan house naming ceremony, I'm going to ask Ken Grant, Raven, Captain Ton to come up, and David Katzig and Yéil, Uncle Katie to come up. Ed Hutch. Tap him on the shoulder and tell him I'm talking. I can't tell him to come up.
Kasali, Anyat Kasali, Deat Koha Yaedat, Yasa, Atudigachtusa, Yahit.
Noble children of the earth, noble children of the earth, the time has now come that the name will be given to this house.
Yaedat, Yaedat, Yehoach, Asa,
Today, this is what I heard. This is how I heard it. This is how I heard this name.
Haa Shuká hit, Yegachtusa.
This house will be named Shuká. We will give it that name.
Haa Shuká, Haa Shuká, Hustachustia, Hustuitchian tuat, Yaedat.
Those that have gone before us, those that have trailed, already walked the path before us. We're walking behind them today or with them today.
Hustuitchian tuat, Hustachustia, Yaedat Kwa, Shuká, Shuká. Those things that are before us.
Today, we are walking in their path. We're walking in their path. They have gone before us. Shuká.
Yaedat, Hayat Ejiyasaya, Haa Shuká, Haa Shuká Kaoya, Hayat E, Hasagachsakut, Yahakusti, Yahit Tudach.
Now this is for our children who will be going as well in the same path. It's for them that this building will provide the kind of information about who they are. This is what this house is about.
Yawatusiku, Haslith Kohasjach Dach.
This is the way we know it from our grandparents.
Atude Gachtusa, Yahit.
We will put the name into the house, the spirit of the name. Not just the name, but the spirit of the name will be placed into the house.
You'll have to repeat after me. Shukahit.
Everybody repeat it. I'll say it after he says the name. We're going to say it 4 times. And all those of you who are seated, would you please stand up? We're going to name the spirit of this house into it together. Okay, good.
Higuachwan. Shukahit.
Shukahit. Ah.
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 Yewa. Chish.
The name is Shukahit. The word ah after we say Shukahit is not part of the name. Ah in our language, that expression means most definitely, without question. It's not debatable. It's settled. Once and for all, this will be named Shukahit. So when we said ah at the end, it was an emphasis.
Yeah. Gonna chish. Hawa. Doixism.
To close this out, we have a Raven Deshi tongue. You ready? Spirit dance. You're gonna dance in front of the stage?
Yeah.
Maybe? Yeah, it'd be easier, right?
Kaajaakwtí is a blessing to bring you good luck. This is the happy time. I'm going to call on my grandchild, Kaajaakwtí Dr. Skindutan. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Normally, when we do Kaajaakwtís, there's 13 sets. I'm only going to do 2. 2 sets. Just like we did. This is good luck. The blanket you see is my grandmother's brother's blanket. Sam Johnson, Yéil, the name that I carry. When we set a halibut hook, the beginning, it's slow. When the halibut grabs on to the hook, be the second set, he'll start to fight. When the feathers come out is when the halibut, when he comes to the top, he spits it out. So if any of the feathers land on you, don't rub it off because it's good luck. In this portion, I'm also want to ask for the Raven leaders to please come up real quick and stand by us as we do this. I'll go. Raven leaders, just stand up here by us. When it's cheese. Keynote. Way ah, 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 way ah.
Ach ishas steishitan. So that your song will not stand alone, the Duchlawedi will answer you and balance you and stand with you. Yéil nawu Haida dishe. Say good nachiklan Haida dishe.
Skinderton is the Hitsate, the Kilowell Bin House, Kilowell House, Tooth House. So I'm honored to sing my father's people's Kaajaakwtí Dr.
We're coming to close to the end here, and I want to acknowledge a clan that helped my uncle, Joseph A. White, the Coho clan. And I want to acknowledge the clan today because in all my talking, I didn't acknowledge my uncle's in-laws and my in-laws. And I want you folks to know that we really appreciate how you helped us in 1972 when we dedicated our Thunderbird house up in Tlingit. So my son, could you stand up? My son, Brian here, he's a really good chef. That's his fault that I'm as heavy as I am. But he's a coho, and I just wanted to acknowledge all the cohos, and I want to thank Albert and Rosita for allowing me to come and make a correction. And I want you to know something. The one thing that I know in human beings is being able to say I made a mistake. And I want you to know that love overcomes that type of thing. To be able to come up to another person and say, I made a mistake by not calling your names out, the cohos. And I saw my granddaughter standing over there as well, grinning at me, Maria. Thank you very much again for allowing me to make that correction, because I love you cohos. Gunalchish, hoho. Look nach addi yuhas duasa.
To balance out the Raven Deshitan spirit song, we have a Eagle Kaajaakwtí spirit song. Oh, they did already? Oh, that's Sken did it? Sken did it? Oh, I was at the bathroom. Sken did it. Okay, good. Thank you. We're ahead of schedule. Good work, Sken. Robert Davidson. This is one of the well-known artists in the world, I'll tell you. And it's an honor for us to have him here. Just like it's an honor to have David Boxley and have Mr. Singletary here. This guy is amazing. And we really appreciate him. He's married to a wonderful lady that keeps him really on the straight and narrow. Young. Yeah. She's so young. Look. I think she just graduated from high school. Actually, no, she's a very well-known attorney in her country. We really appreciate knowing her, too. Thank you,
Thank you, Albert. I don't know if I should thank you. How Dalangas Kil Lagam. Tlingit, how Tlingit Hade. Kil Las Hade. Igani Hade, how Sealaska, how It is a great honor to share the platform with two other great artists, David Boxley. David, stand up. And his son, Davey. Preston Singletary, thank you. This is an amazing, amazing dream. We have a word. I want to share a word with you, Ishta. Ishta means cause to become. The people behind this vision has transformed art into reality, the building into reality. It is a great honor to be part of this team with this vision. I thank Dr. Rosita for your perseverance and keeping your team on track. We will share 2 songs with you. The design was inspired by my interaction with Walter Soboleff. I thought of him as one of our supernatural beings called Greatest Echo. Whenever I heard Walter speak at these celebrations, he instilled and encouraged us to reconnect with our song and dance, our history, which helps to build a foundation for us to move ahead. I have a story of my dad, Claude Davidson. One time I was going up a trail, unmarked trail, with him for slate. About 20 minutes into the trail, he said to me, he looked back, he said, you have to look back once in a while to see where you came from, so you'll always find your way back. So I feel we are looking back, but using that knowledge to move forward. I would like to call on Terry Lynn now. She has a song to share with you.
Haa. The Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian are 3 different nations, but today we are one people, thanks to Sealaska Heritage and Walter Soboleff. Haa. And we are one people because we come from the same land and sea, and it shapes who we are. So here's a song from the southern part of Kaajaakwtí. It's a welcome song to the house. It's an ancient song to welcome the spirit of Greatest Echo to its new home to this land, to honor the portal that they create into a supernatural realm, into the treasure box of knowledge that is built from our ancient cedar sisters. That is the Walter Soboleff Building.
Thank you again for this incredible day, this incredible experience. We would like to dedicate the next song to all the workers, the visionaries who brought us to this place, the completion of the building, the naming of the building. I know it's only the beginning of a great dream. There will be many more stages that we will be celebrating here after today. It's a new song, and the words are, my mind is relieved now. Who weighed tigurge was askida. My mind is relieved.
Now we're going to talk about some clan hats, SHI on a loan basis. I'll have Rosita World come up to explain this and talk to us about it. Rosita?
Thank you very much. We decided that in our center we would also have a museum that would be different, a museum that would be a native museum. I've always had this love-hate relationship with museums because, first of all, they took all of our things away, sometimes not in the best fashion. But then I became very grateful for those museums that did protect and preserve many of the things that we might not have otherwise seen. We know that a lot of our a'u, our clan objects went into private collections, and we are not able to see those that are in private collections. I will tell you that we have initiated an effort, and we are working with collectors right now to see if we could get a way to return those that are in the private collections, because those things have a spirit and they need to come home. And so we're trying to work with some philanthropists who are back east to create a sacred objects fund. In addition to that, we are working with Senator Murkowski's office and our law firm of Andrew Vanderjack is donating his service to SHI to help write a tax credit that would be an incentive for collectors to bring their objects back to us. But what we wanted to show to people was that we also have many things that we still have within our clan collections. In addition to that, we have many individuals who are commissioning clan hats for themselves, for their children and their grandchildren. We thought that the museum was really an important place for us to educate not only our children, but also the public. We know that it's really important to educate the public because it was from the public that many negative things about our culture came upon our children, where our children and our people became ashamed of their culture. And so we know that it's important also to educate that public. And so Sealaska Heritage Institute has initiated partnerships with the University of Alaska Southeast. I want to thank our chair, Joe Nelson, for facilitating that partnership. We're going to be working with them. We're going to be working with our school districts to bring our children here to the Sealaska Heritage. We also plan to have where we're going to be televising some of our programs and our museum, and hopefully at some point we'll be able to also bring things to our villages so that they could also see what we have in our collections. But it came as a very great surprise and welcome to us when we had a number of clans and a number of individuals say that they wanted to loan their objects, their clan at'u, to our new museum, our now Nathan Jackson Gallery. I want to acknowledge the Kaajaakwtí. The Kaajaakwtí were the first to step up, and you will, if you are able to come back tomorrow, you will see many of their clan at'u in the exhibit. And also, I have to acknowledge that the Kaajaakwtí also decided to do that as well. So you'll see that in the exhibit. And what's happened is that we've had to learn new things and try to figure out how do we integrate our cultural protocols into this institution. For example, when the Kaajaakwtí decided to loan their clan at'u to the heritage, they had to hire the opposite side, the Ravens, to do the ceremonial service in bringing out our clan at'u. And so this is really the important thing. You've seen this here today, where we have to have the social balance, we have to have the spiritual balance between the eagles and the ravens, between the Tlingits and the Haidas, between the Haidas and the Tsimshian, between the Tsimshian and the Tlingit. That balance is so important to us. So I want to acknowledge, and we're going to bring up those clans and those individuals who have decided to make these loans to the Sealaska Heritage Institute. And so if I first could call up Bill Thomas from the Kaajaakwtí.
Thank you, Rosita. It's quite an honor to be here. I've known Walter Soboleff all my life, but I did not meet him the traditional way. I was raised by my grandmother, Mildred Centine Sparks, a very staunch Republican and Christian. When I was Sunday school, we sat in front of the radio, and I think the children are talking about that's how a lot of people met Walter Soboleff, by listening to his sermon on Sundays. And so it was several years later that I got to meet Walter, but I knew his voice because we sat in front of the radio listening to his sermons. The Kaajaakwtí want to loan our hats and other things we have here because Walter was a great part of our heritage, and helping us in Haines and Kaajaakwtí. Not only did he bring the word of God to Haines, but he also taught us the word of respect for our culture. And I know that him and my gram, Dan Katzik, a lot of elders revitalized and worked on bringing the culture back. So I am going to, the hat on my left here was made by my wife, Joyce. I am Kaajaakwtí Whale House of Kaajaakwtí. My Tlingit name is Haa Shuká. It's called Windy Bird, is what I was told. But it's a woodworm. You'll see most of our folklore and culture is tied around the woodworm. So much I even put one on my arm, so I have a tattoo on my arm. So if you ever see me, roll me over the other way so they don't see the tattoo. So, and one of the things I want to, I'll do that last, was when Clarence Hodge, my great uncle, passed away in '88 in January, he's the one that gave me the staff, which came from the Whale House also, but it was cut off because, normally it would be yay high, and he cut it off, and it belonged to Clarence and Victor, and they both signed this. Now, Clarence has been gone for 27 years, and I've had this just tucked in my closet, and I thought it was appropriate because of what Walter had impact on our lives, the Kaajaakwtí, to share it with him. Well, his building is here. One thing that I did inherit also is in this, and I was going to have Rosita lift the cover, if she will. It has not been seen probably 50 years. It's the woodworm gown. Those who are, and you know anything about photography, Winters and Pons photographed it in 1890. The only thing that has changed is that the cloth has been changed, but the beadwork is all original. So I'm going to put that in loan to Rosita. She didn't say, she said we volunteered it. Anybody knows Rosita was a hard volunteer. But I want to thank you, Rosita. And again, one other thing I want to share is that Walter Soboleff was a career National Guard veteran. I was in Vietnam in '68, and I respect his service. And he not only served God, he served God and country. And for that, I salute you, Walter, and your dreams.
I can't tell you how very wonderful this is to have our village, Kaajaakwtí, represented, and to have the mighty Kaajaakwtí. I will tell you that the Kaajaakwtí are known to be warriors, to be strong warriors, and we've seen Bill carry on that tradition in the legislature. I also want to note that this is just the beginning of our own cultural centers, our own museums, our own archives. And I know that the Chilkats, the Chilkat IRA, right now I know that they're raising funds also so that they could build a cultural center, a museum in our village of Kaajaakwtí. And we want to wish them well. But I just can't tell you just what this means to be able to see these Whale House clan objects. It's just really, I just can't tell you, just amazing for me to be able to see these clan regalia. And so now I'd like to call up on Albert. Albert was going to transfer or loan us also a dog salmon hat. You want to just talk about it?
I'll just take a minute to talk about this. My children are my father was a dog salmon in Angon, same clan as Walter, Central House. And my children are dog salmon, and my grandchildren are dog salmon. And there's very few of you in the audience who would not do anything for your children or your grandchildren. And my children and grandchildren, I wanted them to have a hat. So I commissioned one, and it was just not quite finished, but we're dancing with it anyway, and they're going to be dancing with it, and I can't give it to her until after they're done dancing with it today. We'll turn it over for a loan to them, but I want to make sure that people know that it's not a clan hat. It's for my children and for my grandchildren.
Thank you very much, Albert. It's going to be wonderful to see the Dog Sab and the Tlingit, Angon Tlingit represented in this, our Nathan Jackson Gallery. If I could call up Joe Zuboff from the Daishitan. They initially were going to loan us something, but then there are things that happen where sometimes it's not possible. These hats are going to be on loan to Sealaska Heritage Institute. But if the individuals or the clans need them for ceremonial purposes, they will be removed. We'll just have a sign in there that the object is being returned home to participate in a ceremony. But if I could call on Joey. Oh, Joe, I forgot Joe.
I'm called Joey in Angon, and I'm called Joe here, so I kind of know where things are at. I have no disrespect to Sealaska for not putting the Raven hat on loan. Deishu hit, Kakal hit, Steen hit, Tuka hit. All these houses, we have taken a lot of losses this year, and I have chosen to leave the Raven hat in Angon where it should stay. So no disrespect to all of our children and our great-grandchildren that we're not displaying our atu and chish.
That is the belief that we have, is that these objects have the spirits of our ancestors. The crests themselves are still owned by clans. The object itself may be owned by individuals, but the crests are owned by clans, and those crests embody spirits. And we know from our experience that we've seen where these spirits want to come back home, and sometimes we know they don't want to leave home. So, Joe, thank you for that explanation. And now if I could call on Ed Thomas from the Suktanadi.
Kanaschish, Anyat Kusani, Chaud Nechi, Yake, Yachwasatini. Honorable and noble people of this land, it is good to see all of you still here. I know it's been a long day, but I believe that it's very important for us to celebrate the opening of this facility in a proper way. I was asked to talk about the hat, and before I can do that, I need to introduce myself, and I'll explain why. Shans Kedek Yuchatuasak, Skilquidans in Haida, Yéil na Chatsati, Suktanedi Ayachat, Kagwan Khan Yatki. When we try to bring forth a piece of our culture, sometimes you got to know where you're from. And our name tells me where I'm from. I'm a dog salmon. And if you look at my hat, it's a raven with a dog salmon on the side of it. Dr. Soboleff was also a dog salmon and provided a lot of guidance to us of the next generation to try to find out where we come from rather. I remember a number of years back, there was an A&B convention in Cake. And I had been to Cake before, but one of the things that Dr. Soboleff explained to me, he said, that's the stronghold of your clan is in Cake. Now I find out from my uncle Frank Johnson that while that is true, the Suktanedi people actually come from Tebenkoff Bay on Kuyu Island. And so as we talk about that, I spoke with Clarence Jackson about that also. I celebrate our homeland to share with you where our clan comes from. Now, I stand here today representing the hat and our clan, but I also need to point out that I call upon my uncles Frank Johnson, Charlie Johnson, Elwood Thomas to stand with me, and my grandmother, Sagut, because we must look at the past to know where we're going in the future. And today gives us an opportunity to both reflect on who we are as we go forward. Now, I bring this hat forward. It was carved by Haida. And Fred Luth is the Haida. He comes from the frog of the eagle, moiety. And that is what my children are from my first marriage. And so he made this in my honor, but for remembering my children from my first marriage. So I really am very proud of the hat. He did a great job on it. And the Kolich rings were made by Judy Helgeson. And I bring it forward and present it to the Sealaska Heritage Institute in honor of my clan. Chish Haa Shuká.
And now if I could call on Ron Williams from the Duck Dainton.
Before we do, I'd like to explain something here. This here is a spirit hat. And we need to talk to our ancestors to tell them what's going to become of this hat. Haa Shuká. Haa Shuká. Yathayetin. Haa Yatzach. Yéil. Dus pasnut atatat. Aya yaedat. Chadeanu one. Chadeanu one. Dat hatwash gukakt. Yeutusne. Yaedat. Katitseko ataya. Katitseko ataya. Yeah. This here hat is a spirit hat. We call it a Yéil hat. And there are a lot of taboos associated with it. It has to be handled properly. If we don't do it right, something's going to happen to us. So I talk to the ancestors. And I ask them to forgive us if we do something wrong here. Because this is a very sacred hat. Yaedat yatzach. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Jesus Christ.
Ichtechot, the Twasagu, Uwastii. We had a young man by the name of Kaajaakwtí. He wanted to become an Icht, and his family supported him. Haa Shuká, they were good. Gwastek dechtis. Kochte ewa, were good ewa. Wetsaskan kede were good. Owa, ayewuti gwastektis. Kaajaakwtí. One of the rituals that we go through to become a shaman is they go out into the wilderness. He spends time out there, 2 months, 3 months. But Kaajaakwtí started towards the mountain. He got to the base of it and he spent some time there. Awa Haa Shuká were good. Naskadoshu kushta awa awa khash. Yan shwutzita kawa shak. He climbed the mountain, Mount Fairweather. And it's a ritual that they go through. He cut up 8 landdaughters. He laid down, he was very weary. Awa akte shavdenuk, awa yatawtlaken yakit, du yegi awa, du yegi. He was very tired, he laid down. And when he sat up, he looked into the face of this spirit dog. This was his Yéil. Kua ak, awith gates, gates. That's why so in there. He tried to call the spirit dog. Gates. But the dog didn't respond. Awa, you katan kajidawati, Kaajaakwtí wicked. And the dog spoke to Kaajaakwtí. Gusawai atan, where are you headed? Where are you headed? Iqte achtwasagu, iqte. I want to go to the shore. I want to go down to the beach. The dog spoke to him. Achitte nago, adai shakwane. The dog looked at him and said, follow me, I will take you down. Awa iqte anagut, awa waketlo sitin, Tlas wede, yade nago. The dog saw he was walking in the wrong place and said, no, come this way. Yadu iqanechi. Here is your safety. That's what this song, we have a song about this dog had, where the dog was leading Kaajaakwtí from the mountaintop. Yewa, kachisakut, yaedat, ya tzach, yekeya, tlatwashku, kaktaine, yohan, yeah. This is our spirit hat. This is our spirit hat. It has to be handled properly, and we give this speech and ask our ancestors to forgive us if we do something wrong. Yeah. Ucha, yeah. Good. Cheese. Cheese.
As a side note, that sacred hat was commissioned by Ken Grant's grandfather, who at that time was holding the same position that Ken is holding right now. We always been very proud of Ken. He commissioned Paul Marx's father, Willie Marx, to build the hat, and we've been proud of that too. Willie Marx is my great uncle. I think this is an appropriate time to say this. We, as Duktainton people, we've had a petition in repatriation to a museum back east for almost 20 years. About 5 years ago, we were invited to appear before the Federal Repatriation Committee for a hearing on over 40 items of Duktainton. That was back in Washington, D.C. You would not believe the support we got from Rosita Whirl and her staff. You would not believe the support and tremendous encouragement we got from Albert Kukash, who was the chairman of Sealaska Board at that time. We want to thank them both at this time. And you know, the best word there is Kunokshish. I think the next best word is Atlain Kunokshish, Albert, Rosita.
We want to thank the Duktainton. We know that they deliberated over several days as to whether they were going to make this loan. And in the end, they made the decision that it was important to loan because they wanted our children who might not be living in Huna, they wanted them to be able to see it. They also wanted to share it with all of us. So we thank the Duktainton, and we have to support the Duktainton in securing their other objects that are held by the University of Museum. We know that the review committee made a decision to support that repatriation claim. They made a determination that it rightfully belonged to the Duktainton, and we have to make sure that we have justice and that NAGPRA is implemented in this case. I've been asked if the Tlingit would like to explain why they made the decision to loan their clan At'u, and this is clan At'u. It has its spiritual dimensions, as Kenny explained. I want to tell you that it really is an honor to be able to hear these stories. These are sacred stories that have been handed down for generations, and for the Duktainton to share them with us, we just owe them our greatest thanks.
Gunischish, Coast in Yohatu Asak, Sukaadi Ayahat, Kaajaakwtí Dr. We stand here together with our clan leaders here today, our clan trustees. The Tlingit is a clan that, under our leadership of Donawak, our clan leader, We created a trust to be able to make sure that we never, ever lost the most sacred objects that are the stories, replications of the stories of tell us who we are. And these objects that carry the spirits of our ancestors, we wanted to be able to make sure that we came together. So when the opportunity to be able to dedicate this building with being able to bring our most sacred objects and share them, we too had difficult conversations amongst ourselves. But we decided that because Austin Hammond, Donawak, had such a vision about educating the grandchildren, and he dedicated his life to the language and the culture and the curriculum and to the schools, that we knew that in his spirit we had to do this, that we had to share our objects, our a'uwu, our most precious belongings, so that we could share a piece of who we are, and that spirit of our ancestors will thrive in the spirit of the young who come and visit those objects as we loan them. And that's why we made the decision collectively as our trustees together. Gunas Chish.
A lot of areas in my Tlingit language, for instance, has gone to Wrangell School, and there's one of the things that happened to me when I moved to Ketchikan. I moved there only because there was a lot of wood. You see a lot of this wood that is being on this building. And I figured that the only place that I could be able to go would be to Ketchikan. Through it all, and my decision, yet in knowing my heart was always with Haynes. And Uncle Austin has been an inspiration. One of the things that he had said, this is for my grandchildren. That means that it doesn't really belong to him, but he wants to do the best that he can for his grandchildren. And as I look at this building, 106 years old, this man was an inspiration as well. Dr. Soboleff. I went to Sunday school. I went on picnics out at Auk Bay. I remember and recall a time when he was driving his vehicle and I was sitting up in the front, and the person in front of him was going a little bit too slow. And so he bypassed him, and we needed not really to get there full blast, but he was really a person who did this for our people. And you know, to me, it's pretty interesting. We've been blessed by today. It could have been raining. It could have been windy. It could have been the worst weather we could have had. And here we have the sunshine. And I'm really thankful, not only being here to witness all that is taking place, with other tribes being involved, and those individuals that did the artwork in this building is going to be an inspiration for many young children of yours as they finally grow up. And so it is a good thing. And I want to thank specifically Rosita for being involved in steering this whole thing. And I think I'm talking too much. Thank you. Gunuchish.
Ho ho. Achishas chukanede. Chokliskohas shangukede. Chokhankayan Kaajaakwtí Dr. Chokhankayan Wushkitan. Choktakunuku Te Kwede. Chajasa Chakasati Aksanihas Yach Yeticha. Chu Chadusa Chakasati Shawat Akathas Yach Nakati. Chu Yewe Hayatin Chakha Haa Shuká Haa Shuká Yehowas Hastoachnochka Hey ho Hey ho Hey ho Yewa Doachnochka has to say Keka Jasachtwasigu has to say Yacha Hatlilko has so Kunka Gokan Achlil Doktin Achlil Achkunch Donawak Joktindo Chokak Gochtlein Chokunch Joktin Yewe has yet san Kaajaakwtí Dr. EGS Hasahe Yin Kotliatka Yewe Tundatanik Satika Jadechat no Jasachtwasgu Yacha Ya Tlingit Yukatange Slitzin Tunak Yachiaticha Hayukatangi Achkawe Jakukau Ye Hasanakanu Chadehanu Jasiegawatli in Kakwatlatka Yisekuka Hatu Wutlatanu Hayukatangi Dacha Yewe Sayanakanu Chatlitko Has Yahat Akuka Yes, Yewe Hadusaka Chakauka Akaka Hastun Dakasuatka EGS Hatlukaka Dixitiaha Yewe Gunuchi Shakitisach. I would translate to you. I wanted to speak English, but it's very difficult when you want others to, our ancestors' voices to be heard, and they're the ones that speak to you, and they're the ones that are standing with us today. The names that I mentioned, my older brothers, my uncle, and my grandfather, they are standing here because of what we have on, the things that we are wearing. This is our history. Our way of life is in our atu. It is very important to know who you are. It's been mentioned here, and it's very important for our atu to work right, that the balance is always there, eagles and ravens. Otherwise, atu does not work as our ancestors taught us. So the raven hat will be here with the eagle hat, and the eagle atu to balance and to keep everyone safe, and also to strengthen our hearts when we see them. Yéil toasguin kwatlat kunal chish achisach kunal chish Yéil.
Kunal chish, my father's and my grandfather's clan. Thank you. My grandfather, John Slanot, was from their clan, and I'm real proud that my grandson now has his name. So these people are very special to me. And as he said, that we have to have balance, social and spiritual balance. And every clan and every individual that loaned their clan regalia here, their clan hats, were all ravens. So we have to have an eagle response.
My words to you will not be long. I'm going to speak with you. I'm not going to speak at you. I want to say, first of all, to the Raven clans, my father's people from the Kaajaakwtí, when you brought out the artifacts that you're going to put on loan to Sealaska Heritage Institute, I want to say thank you, and I appreciate the history of my father's people that were contained in those particular artifacts that you brought. Thank you very, very much. Then I want to thank the Dukdainton, my mother's grandfather's people, for bringing out your atu and your hat, and the manner in which you spoke, and it was as if I saw my mother's grandparents standing right here with us right now. Thank you for bringing that out. And then my grandfather's people, the Kaajaakwtí, thank you for the words. Thank you for bringing out the hat and having those objects. In our tradition and in our custom, this is the way in which we would interact with one another. I have brought our tribal hat, our Thunderbird hat, choke hat blankets, and other objects that are going to be balanced against all these ravens. So I'll give a little bit of a challenge to all the other eagles out there. Don't just let the Shangukedi be the ones balancing all these ravens' artifacts that were brought out. Because what they brought out was great history. Great history. They use the word sacred, but it is really deep history that are contained within our hats and the atu that we use. So again, I just want to say to all the ravens that brought your atu, thank you very much. And it isn't by chance that this, in a way, happened, because Bill, who got up and left here, is my father's people. What child would not want to be with their dad? I'm going to ask you again. What child would not want to be with their father? Our hat is going to be with my father's people. What child would not want to be with their grandpa? What child would run away from their grandpa? My hat, the Kaajaakwtí hat, is going to join hands with my grandfather's people in this building. It's not alone. It's something that we're just sharing with each other because of the love that we have for each other. And how I used to hear my mom talk about her grandfather's people. She actually thought my great-grandmother's husband, she thought of him as an angel. That's what she thought of him as, because of the knowledge that he had regarding his culture in our clan. And so I'm glad today, Ron and Marlene and Ken and all the Dukdainton, that our hat and our artifacts are going to be with you in this facility. That's all that I have. Thank you very, very much. Your spirit is with us, and the spirit of all our people is really, if we were to talk about these hats, we would probably have a university course going for a long, long time. Thank you very much.
Just so you all know where we are, we're going to have Paul White come up and do a closing comments, and then he's going to be followed by Ishmael Hope, and he's got another gentleman with him, and they're going to do a song. Paul, go ahead and start coming up here. And then we're going to have a song from the Kaajaakwtí, and I'm going to ask them to stay up here after they're done singing. And then the Cake group will sing one song, and then the Angon group will walk up here, and they will all exit together along with anybody else who would like to exit. Paul?
Thank you, sir. Well, my closing comments were so eloquently stated by the previous speakers, especially my brother David Katzek and my uncle's son Kenny. You know, it's been mentioned a few times, Dr. Soboleff, Dog Simon. My dad came from Tabankoff, outside of Cake. He also was Dog Simon. When my dad passed away in 1964, I was in school in Cleveland, Ohio. Couldn't make it back. But shortly after that, Awyat, my brother, started calling Dr. Soboleff Big Papa. And that was to be passed down to me, and until eventually our Big Papa was gone also. You know, our culture is so beautiful. We're actually not fatherless or motherless. Somebody always steps in. It's an amazing culture. Edwina had a grandchild, great-grandchild, a couple of months ago. And her mom, the child's mom, is teaching her Tlingit already. She's going to be 2 in a couple of weeks. Last month, she walked up to her great-grandma and carrying on her hand up, showing it to her. Ijin,
Ejin. And Edwina knew what her little granddaughter was trying to do. She made her do that a couple more times. Until finally, Edwina acknowledged her. Ejin, hey! Little girl's clapping her hands. Then she walks away real proud. The point of that little story, people like that are going to see this building still here, only going on a little over 2, while the rest of us will probably be gone in the blink of an eye. That's what the Heritage Foundation means to our people. It's an awesome step. And I would hope everyone here takes witness of that and pass it on to their grandchildren. To cut you on, yat you ai, I claim gonna cheese, I take gonna cheese. Yeah, well.
Ishmael, and following Ishmael will be the Kaajaakwtí for their song.
All right, Gunnas Chish, Achtwasiku, Gunnas Chish, Tlan Ye Yachakaye, Sakat Yuhan, Deye Gianeye, Kingisti, Haa Honey, Haa Shan, Dak Tunk, Yanas Chin, Kuchain, Juya Yichwasai, Sakat Yuhan, Gunnas Chishawe, Achtu Sak Ya Yarachwastene, Achtu Sak Adeha Yi Sane, Kaajaakwtí Dr Kada Tuchtitan, Kaajaakwtí Achtu Kaajaakwtí Yashawat, Yakaka, At Aweshawat, Akwekach, Kach, Wandani Soe, Yadus, Tatuchantu Agut, Wanach Soe Itu Yanik, Achewa Woos, Wedus, The Hunch over Chuck just the cut to Yatke. Akawaye Yausika. Ika Ayakatwusu. Ika Ayakatwusu. Ja niets kan nacht naku. Niets kan nacht. Ik giet wete. Toet te. Kakinoot. Kananoot. Ducheachoa. De shukujesi we shawat. Dachoesa yes. Yes, kudzati. Hasisko yes. Hasisko yes. Achaya toch kunach sitsin we yes. Hasisko has adech ayakaye. Ye ayahayati uhansu. Hesade ungaslikiye. Hatuwu. Hesade ungaslikiye. ha tu wu. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Shawataneki Anyat Kusani. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Chuya haika aya atwu suwu yakyati. Yéil yadakwesteni. Said I was a little too loud. Chuya. Yi tuata. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Yatuna. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Hashisko hasatech ayakai adukt hasyawakai yawaki yahawe uke unatiga. Gosaya ayayati yayagi. Gunachish. I just wanted to talk to them, talk to everybody, talk to especially our Kunate Kanayi, our opposites. Just the way that their beautiful work here, all these amazing, beautiful screens and these things that are here today, that I was just thinking about an old story before the flood. It was when there was a woman who was at a point, and she was kneeling at a point, and she was just sitting there crying. And at one point, there was a crane that went up to her, and he asked her, "What is it that makes you sad?" And it was because her brother was too jealous. And he had killed all of her sons. And it was then that the crane said, "I am your good luck. I am your good luck. And then you're going to go walk along the beach, and you're going to look for a smooth black rock. Swallow it. And it was from that the raven was born. Our grandfather, the raven. And that is why the raven was very, very strong. And the way that our ancestors talk, it's like that's just how we are. Especially when we do things like this. It's just how we are. It's like there's no way that our spirit can be broken when we do things like this, when we listen to the voices of our ancestors, when we gather together like this. There's no way that our spirits can be broken. And that's the way that I feel right here, seeing these noble people. That's the way that I feel. It is just as if that good luck has come to us, has revealed itself to us. That's how I feel. And we're going to be blessed because of the good work that they've done here. Thinking about the raven. And so I'm standing here right now with these ravens. I'm standing here, and we thought it would be very appropriate. Here you have William Paul's a hat that he was a caretaker for. And you have his family. And we're going to have Ben Paul, William Paul's grandson. They say, "Ki hasashat hadatchan iyan." We hold up our grandchildren. So we're going to dress him in the hat, the raven hat. And we asked permission from our younger brother, Kaajaakwtí younger brother. We just gave him a name. Kaajaakwtí Herman Davis, Yéil, one of our elder leaders. We asked permission to sing the song of Kaajaakwtí. And we know that for many years, the Marks Trail dancers, they sung the song. That's a song in their lineage. And they're going to help us sing it. So I hope I didn't forget anything in just the short remarks. But one thing I didn't want to forget is I'd like to offer just a humble $100. You're seeing my grandfather's hat here. I'd like to offer Kahani a humble $100, just in appreciation for being here. And then I'd like Kash my Coit of the Tihitan, maybe to say a quick word about the hat right now. And then Herman will say something to close it off as we come out and the Ravens, not only Ben Paul, Paul Marks, Kinkadunik, and Richard Reinhardt Jr., Tashi, they're going to come out and dance with their raven hats.
I'm going to ask, he already beat me to it, Tashi, to come up here, as well as Cindy, if she would join us as well. They're relatives of William Paul as well, and so I'd like for them to stand up here. Tashi is Kiksadi, and Cindy is Kaajaakwtí, and as Ishmael mentioned, we are Tiatan, those of us who are standing over here. And our three clans, we go way back, and I also wanted to mention Kaajaakwtí Dr. He's like my uncle. He's always teaching me, and his people, they originate out from Wrangell as well. They were Taku, and I wanted to recognize that. I wanted to tell you a little bit about this hat that you are seeing. Yéil. It's the hat that William Paul was the caretaker of. After him, Richard Reinhardt Sr. was the one that was the caretaker for this hat. I wanted to also mention that William Paul, he was Duklawedi Yadi. And another caretaker going way back, Kaagana. He was the great-grandfather of Anachuts, the Kaagaakwtí chief. So it's these people that you are seeing when you see this hat. They're the ones that are here. These are your relatives that you're seeing when you see this hat. And right now it's as if this hat is wrapping its wings around this building. It's keeping it safe. And our house, the T-Hit, the cedar bark house, it's standing right next to this beautiful building so that nothing bad happens here. That's all I wanted to say. G'nasheesh. We're also going to be placing it on Ben. I'm going to place this on him as he is a grandchild of William Paul, and it seems appropriate. And I also, like my brother Ishmael here, I also wanted to make a donation to SHI because you are seeing our grandfather's hat, our uncle's hat. So I'm going to donate $150 to SHI. Goodness Cheesh, thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'm going to turn it over to a very, very big man. I'm going to get out of his way. Goodness Cheesh.
Okay, that doesn't move.
This is my
Walter Soboleff. Kaajaakwtí Dr. Kaajaakwtí Du yes hadas kawatin. Du yes kawatin. Ya has du adu. Takwasa sitsini ataya. Has du adu. Takwasa sitsini ataya. Achaya. Achtuwa yake. Achtuwa yake. Yexatene. Akisha chukanere. Akata chukansha. Aksit ko hatka kwantan. Taksawede. Mushkitan. Tekede. Yenede. Takatihan.
Gonna chase Kaya. Yad Hakayatene. Yeko Shankokede. Yeko Nase Hakade Hakayatene. Yeah. Yada this. Yeah, Yako. Yati. Kaya ne. Kaya ne. Achaya. Yad Hakayatene. Yad Uwatin. Yad Uwatin. Nachish Kaya. Nachish. Now I'll go over to my other language. Slingish. Nobody catches that, do they? First of all, I want to thank all the people that stayed up past midnight when they first started talking about this building, when they first started making plans for this building that we see here right now. All the people that stayed up past midnight thinking about how it should look, what it should be for. But I'd also like to thank all the architects that were hired to build this beautiful building that you see right now. And all the contractors that came to put this building together. All the people that financed this building. Sealaska. Gonna choose Sealaska. All the time that was put in for it. Maybe the midnight oil was burned to get this building done. It's so beautiful. The trees that gave up themselves for this building, the yellow cedar. I'd like to thank them all, if any of them are here, for all that you've done to bring this thing to life, to bring all of us together, to show respect to all each other, to everyone. Everyone, to show respect for each other. Not only love, but also respect. Kayao and thank you all for all the work that you guys done. All of you. All the clans that are here. What am I doing? Am I repeating myself? I see somebody over there that I know. I can't remember her name. Hey, I got a new record. I'll be down to get you in the taxi, honey. Better be ready about 8:30. Now, dearie, don't be late. Don't be there when the band starts playing. Jitterbug. Thank you all very much. Thank you. For the cheese.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You tell me.
There'll be 2 parts to this song, and we can't go without singing both of them. You'll hear it.
Yeah, you're going out there and dance here. Okay. Ready? You gonna announce?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the Kaajaakwtí to come up. They're going to sing one song, and then they're going to be followed by the cake group. They're going to sing one song, and then we're going to ask the Angon group to march up here, and we're going to have a grand exit with hopefully anybody who wants to exit. If you have your regalia, or if you don't have your regalia, you're welcome to exit with the Kaajaakwtí, the cake people, and the Angon group. You going to sing? Atta girl. Let's go, you guys. Come on, come on. I see Ruth Demmer's ready to go. The cake. Don't run away, Kaajaakwtí. We're going to have exit here in a minute. Ruth Demmer, the cake Kwan. Oh, no, he only... Angon, come up. Anybody else who wants to join an exit, come down. Angon, come up. Anybody else who wants to join the exit, come down. And on behalf of Sealaska Heritage Institute, gee, I thank every one of you guys who hung on there, in there with us today. I see a whole bunch of you still here. A lot of suntans, though. Lots of suntans. Yeah. Angon will lead us out. I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank everybody for making this a historic event. This is a historic event you'll be able to tell your grandchildren about, especially those ones that are only 6 or 7 years old. Angon, ready? We're gonna follow the flags out. We're gonna take the colors out, and we're gonna follow them out. So we're gonna have cake and the Kaajaakwtí to lead them out, and Angon will follow and close it out. We're exiting now.
This program is made possible with funding by Sealaska Heritage Institute.